All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the round 6 of 2024 Chess Olympiad. I'm Grandmaster Illia Nyzhnyk, and I'll be commentating for you today. Right as the players are getting situated at their boards, let's quickly go ahead and take a look at what is going on. We are at the midpoint of the event. This is going to be round 6, and we finally begin to see certain teams taking a clear-cut lead over the others. Although, once again, there's still many more matches to be played. And this lead by no means guarantees the top teams the victory. So as predicted in the open section, the India is currently in the lead with 10 points. They have won every single match they've played so far with a rather big scores. Close second is China, only losing a couple of points on tie breaks. And on the third spot is team from Vietnam with an absolute magnificent, I would even call it demonic performance, as they have delivered upset after upset for the past couple of rounds. The player on the first board playing for the Vietnam team is a good friend of mine, Grandmaster Lim Le Quang. He used to be my teammate for a very long time, and he is currently head coach at the Webster University, coaching its chess team. On the first place is Hungarian A team that also have won all of their matches with a pretty high scores, and they're playing very well overall. Sharing 5th and 6th are Iran and Norway teams. Obviously, Norway sees the top 1 player in the world by the rating, Magnus Carlsen, performing quite well, although Magnus did have a couple of hiccups and some unforeseen events, such as his late arrival a couple of rounds earlier. But it looks like he's managed to get himself past that and has been playing really well overall, despite a couple of draws. 7th and 8th are Uzbekistan and Georgia. Uzbekistan have been struggling, especially since round 1, when all 4 players, it was a very close call for all of them during the round 1 games, but they recovered and eventually lost a couple of points here and there, but still they're in a close contention for winning the event. The schedule right today is going to be round 6 with a rest day on Tuesday, so tomorrow there's going to be no games. Teams have earned, in fact, the right for this rest day. This event is extremely difficult. Applies a lot of strain, mentally and physically. So it's definitely a good thing that there is a rest day. I want to see how most of these players, how much they will be able to recover and what kind of surprises they'll deliver us on Wednesday. Once again, getting ready for the games to start. I'm gonna start off with the cameras for match 1. How are you guys all doing today? My apologies. I think I don't look as presentable right now. I'm still in the process of waking up. Got myself a big cup of tea. And ready to get right into action. Hello, Taurus. What's up? The combination of Lecco and Report just too good. Yeah, I think Lecco, Lecco's been kind of struggling, I would say. I mean, his overall score is fine, but he did lose a game. And Report has just been the ultimate carry of the team, winning a key game against Vasily Ivanchuk in their match against Ukraine yesterday. In fact, he was the only one winning on the team, which essentially brought the team score to 2.5. So thanks to Report, the team has won a couple of key matches, and he's definitely doing everything in his power to to keep the team in contention for the prizes. Another tea drinker. Oh yeah, I'm a big one on tea. I wouldn't say that I drink any kind of tea. I don't usually drink the chai teas, but anything else ranging from, you know, black, green, white, you name it. I also like bubble tea. So most teas would be very welcome in this household. And obviously you guys probably already have your favorite streamer who also drinks tea, and I'm obviously talking here about Eric Rosen. And Eric is he has a he has a tea collection, something that I would definitely not say. Like, you know, my tea range is very narrow. I have, you know, black tea bags, some green tea leaves, and that's about it. But Eric's collection is just something to be in awe of. He has all kinds of teas. Just, you know, as he claims, some of those teas have been gifted to him by his viewers, which is very nice. I really like the idea. Can Lichess share training games between Ding and Report again? What? Wait, I think I remember. Yeah, there was a story going around that Ding and Report's training accounts and Lichess got leaked or something, and that people were able to find the training games they've played. But that was what? That was a year ago or so? Not quite sure. What's the right pronunciation of my surname? It's Nyzhnyk. So the ZH sound is Zh. That's yeah, that's the difficult part. A lot of people get it wrong, but I just go by Ilya. So you can call me Ilya whenever you see me in person. Trying to make it as easy for others to communicate with me as possible. And yeah, that's that ZH right there. Oh boy. I mean, wasn't really by choice. I guess it had something to do with the Ukrainian rules, Ukrainian to English translation rules. That's why my name is written that way. Once again, I'm not exactly happy about it because, yeah, it makes a lot of people uncomfortable having to spell unusual sounds like that, but you know, it is what it is. You've read it many times. Yeah, the ZH is Zh. You must be a tea drinker to commentate for Lichess, at least for the Olympiad. You wonder if Irene prefers tea or coffee? I think I would guess that she also prefers tea. At least that's what I remember. Maybe her taste changed over the last year or so, but last time I saw her, I think in the beginning of this year, she was on a tea drinking side. Okay, so looks like everyone is at their boards. There might be some before round announcements going on. That's why you see the players' heads turned towards cameras, or I guess most players' heads. So likely they're listening, which means at any minute now, the rounds will begin. Rooting for Lim. The interesting thing about Lim versus Ding match is that Lim is actually higher rated than Ding or Ren. Despite the fact that Ding is current pro champion, yeah, he's been struggling to keep his rating on the top levels, which is once again okay. Everyone kind of knows by now that Ding has been going through some rough patches in his career. Definitely doesn't reduce the value and level of his past achievements. You know, everyone no, I'm pretty sure there's no no person in this world who could say that they've been only having ups and 0 downs, you know. And sometimes it's just, it's very hard to control certain outcomes, which means that there will be ups and there will also be downs that you can somehow not avoid, sometimes not avoid, and that's okay. I need more tea, my voice is cracking. You drink a cup of tea every day, and you drink 5 to 10 cups of coffee? Okay. I think with me, it's exactly the opposite. I drink a lot of tea, I would say at least 3 cups a day. And then every now and then I can mix in some coffee drink. Well, I mean, the last coffee drink I had was from Starbucks. I think it was hazelnut shaken espresso. And that didn't end well for me because, didn't feel very well after drinking it. So I prefer to stay away from highly caffeinated drinks, even though there is caffeine in tea as well. But I think it's probably not nearly as much as the caffeine that you would get from just a plain coffee. All right, so we have first moves already been played. Now the beginning of each game will probably... Okay, so why are we not getting the moves here? I can clearly see them on the camera feeds. And yet nothing is showing up. Maybe I should just refresh. No, nothing is really showing up on Lichess broadcast. Which is okay. I think there might be some more small delays between, what we actually get to see on the board and what's been translated to the Lichess. So that's fine. Let's give it a few more minutes, I guess. Your favorite is turmeric tea with a splash of milk? Oh, that's like turmeric is like, it's not spicy, but it's like it has a kick to it, I think, right? Lim is your idol, plays chess once a year and wins once a year. Well, I would say that he's not the... Well, Lim has a good reason for it because he's currently holding a full-time head coach position at Webster University. So I'm pretty sure he's just like, his busy schedule is just, it just doesn't allow him to play as much as he would probably like to. I'm pretty sure Lim is still very, very strong, very engaged into professional chess. And if he had the chance to, I'm sure he would have played more, but because once again of his full-time position, he doesn't get as much time for himself and to play professionally. Okay, so what do we have here? We have English opening, 4 knights, symmetrical variation, where Ding goes for the g3 line. I always thought that this line is interesting, but really nothing special for white. So here, after bishop g2, I think the main response is to play knight c7, where white can also try for... The last thing I checked here as white was the sideline, where white goes a3 and tries to play b4 very quickly, even if it means sacrificing a pawn. So I'm actually curious to see if this is going to be Ding's idea here, because otherwise what ends up happening is that black goes knight c7 and gets a Maroczy bind set up after e5, which kind of provides black with a comfortable development, slightly better space control, and a pretty decent center, having the pawn on e5. Other boards in the first match see relatively tame openings. So here we have some sort of Slav/Queen's Gambit declined. It actually transposes in the Queen's Gambit decline structure immediately. The main response here for black is to try and solve the light squared bishop's problem by playing g6, bishop f5 quickly. Yeah, because this bishop is kind of mostly bad in Queen's Gambit structures, because, there is this pawn chain and the bishop, more often than not, kind of looks sad as it keeps looking into those pawns and not really doing much. So black usually immediately tries to bring it out if they can. Usually they can't, but here, with g6 being available, chances are that, you know, that's what Wei Yi is going to go for. This line is very solid as far as I know. Board 3. Same position. So there is also a possibility of white taking on d5 right now, transposing into queen's gambit, queen's gambit declined structures, right? Otherwise, if white doesn't take, it's just going to be a normal semi-slav where white can go e3, g3, bishop g5, you know, playing the botvinnik, which can sometimes get a bit dicey. There's a lot of engine lines both sides would need to remember in the botvinnik. So if white is trying to go for a kill, I feel like botvinnik is something we're going to see against semi-slav. But once again, all of these people have superb opening prep, and you know, I'm anticipating myself to be surprised pretty much in every game, because my own opening knowledge is rather obsolete. I have, you know, as any grandmaster could say, I have played my good share of different openings, so I'm kind of aware of most of the openings ideas. But I guess here we're just gonna see a pretty standard semi-slav with white playing e3. And then the usual development here would be with queen c2, bishop d3, or with b3, bishop b2, both of which should have really nothing to worry about for black if black knows what's going on. And board 4 has Rogozin with a relatively rare line. So I used to play this line myself when I was, you know, I played this one actually quite a bit when I was international master slash low grandmaster level. So the idea is that we quickly trade off the dark squared bishop, force the black knight to go to c6, and then just go e3 and start playing chess, because VA essentially just claims that, oh, black has a bishop pair, but the bishop on c8 is not going to come out. This is why you'll see black will likely be trying to make e5 work, just to make sure the bishop is going to come out from c8. But then there's going to be other issues, such as, you know, white getting enough, you know, more space after pushing d5. So stuff like this. Once again, black's position is still very, very solid, and with correct play, black should be able to equalize and, you know, sometimes even take over the game. I've actually had my share of losses here as white trying to breach black's position, and it just wasn't working out because of how solid it was. So we'll see how this game plays out. Magnus is playing Maksudlu, which sees, wait, what? Sorry, the camera's disappeared. Okay, let's see. Okay, what's going on? Okay, Maksudlu seems to have been a little bit late for the game. Or maybe it was Magnus. Magnus has less stamina, so Magnus was late for the game yet again. Okay, what happened this time? Hopefully no traffic. Hopefully no more bike riding for Magnus. No, you don't really want to overtire yourself before the round, physically especially, because, you know, energy preservation techniques will need to be kicked in sooner if you do. You know, I feel like chess players kind of know how to go into a hibernation mode to preserve energy during games. And so the more energy you use beforehand, the sooner you have to evoke the hibernation mode. Something I personally try to avoid because my my physical prowess is non-existent. So in terms of surviving long games, I'm really bad at it. And that especially shows in these, you know, tournaments here in the US, where you have mostly 2 games per day. Sometimes if you get unlucky, you get to play like 10 hours plus of chess, and that's just, you know, if it happens during one of the days to me, then I'm just out of energy already. He took a unicycle to the round today again. Okay, they need to do something about the traffic. They need to like take the players into the playing hall like an hour in advance or something, because like this is just getting ridiculous. Isn't there a player who loses every game in like 10 moves? Yeah, I mean, that player is mostly a meme by now, right? Because that's not their first time playing Olympiad, and yet they keep coming in and they keep like it feels like they're doing it on purpose. Although I don't know, maybe they're not. Hey there, Nyzhnyk. Yeah, what's up, Lord of Fubu? Wait, wait. What are these? What are these badges? Raging Wolf Helm? What's that? How do you guys have those badges? What are those? Let's see. What? Oh my god! Now you have a badge too. So, wait, now most people have badges. Is that maybe because you? I don't know. Like, oh, look, you also now have the badge. Well, at least that's what I see on my end. Hello, dyslexic brain. What's up? Okay, so we see an advanced Kara being played by Magnus, and then he goes for a rare 92, I guess. A 92, as I actually I myself have faced this line as black, and the idea here is to try and stop black from playing c5 quickly. So knight would usually go to b3 here right away, preventing c5. Not something you see White do very often, but you know, could get a little bit dicey if black doesn't know how to react to it. Because remember, black's main issue here is figuring out proper squares for their pieces. And c5 is one way to do that because it frees up the c6 for one of the knights to go to. Usually it's going to be the g8 knight that goes to c6. And now, as white has planted their own knight to b3, playing c5 becomes a little bit more difficult, but not impossible. I believe that we're probably going to see something like knight d7 here. And then there is a sample line that goes like this with knight f3, still knight e7, bishop e2. And I think here black has something like this, if I'm not mistaken. There was a game that I was referencing during my prep against this line. I think it was either Daniel Gurevich's game, like, or Dmitry Gurevich's game, where he played bishop e4. Oh, yeah, okay, so here, yeah, this is the game Shabalov Gurevich. And despite the fact that Gurevich lost this game, I think his position was actually quite nice. So this is what happened in this game. And knight takes d4, knight takes e5, and I'm pretty sure that black is doing quite well here. Also, it may seem a little bit scary. Sorry, it was knight 7 to c6. May seem a little bit scary because of how behind black is in development. But with precise defense, black should be okay here as far as I remember. Once again, don't quote me on this, but this is just a sample line to show you guys what can happen from this point on. The line that I just showed you was not a main line. Black usually doesn't go for an immediate action like that. Black usually tries to, you know, be a bit more tame and develop, like knight d7, knight e7. Then this knight is gonna go to c8, which I personally don't really like. I don't really understand why I would have my knight on c8 there. You know, if when it usually goes to c6. So potentially stuff like this. Obviously, a very interesting match is happening. If it just lets me click on the board, okay, thank you. Okay, what's going on? Am I having some frame drops? No, I'm not. Why is it lagging? Weird. Anyway, obviously, probably one of the most interesting matches out there. India versus Hungary, and here we just have a Berlin. I believe what's known to be a line oftentimes used just to make quick draws. The only issue that black is going to be facing here is a slight delay in development, because the d7 pawn has to move. So this is why you will probably see moves like knight f5 or rook e8, and then the knight will have to move away out of the d7 pawn's way. But once again, you know, nothing too crazy. It's a symmetrical pawn structure. Black will eventually get his pieces out. And while white is ahead a little bit in development, it shouldn't, generally it's usually not enough to get any substantial advantage, and so the games oftentimes end in a draw. But I guess if Richard Rapport is playing this, like, this is probably one of the more safe lines that I've seen Richard play, because he usually goes for something unusual, something crazy, some side lines, some crazy engine prep. And here we see him playing one of the main most timid lines out there against Berlin. Unusual. He probably has some kind of idea behind it. Peter Leko. Peter Leko is going all out. Look at him go. He goes for Italian. Well, he's playing against Italian game and goes for an aggressive pawn rush on the king side, and even castle, and even follows through with castling onto the same side of the board, I guess, because, well, short castle is indeed the main line here, but I guess this works out for black because the pawn structure is still relatively safe. Pawns are defending each other. The white's bishop on g3 is not really all that great. Looking into e5, I wouldn't be surprised if white tried d4. d4 is not a move here. I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder how. What's the defense? Maybe not taking. I feel like black should never really be taking on d4, because this feels horrible. Right now white has two connected pawns in the center. Knight is coming out to c3. So maybe just ignoring d4 and moving back. And if, let's say, d takes e5, there might be some knight takes e4s. And yes, the game is kind of getting a little bit crazy here. So very excited about Leko's choice. And knight a3, quick response by white. Knight a3 has not been played, so Prague clearly has something in store. Knight a3 just kind of feels a little bit off-putting. Putting the knight on the rim. I guess the knight is going to be coming to b5 or c2, helping white with the d4 breakthrough. Very cool. Never seen this before. Also makes sense, right? Because black is not really looking to take on a3, as the bishop is just naturally very strong on this diagonal. You know, honestly, in this position, because it's closed, I wouldn't actually mind black taking this knight, right? Position has a closed nature, a lot of pawn chains. The bishop on g3 is not a happy camper. So this actually might make sense here in this concrete scenario. If not for h6 g5 inclusion, I would say that taking on a3 would probably be a mistake. But now, once again, as white's bishop is on g3, we can kind of call this an exception to general rules and just go ahead and take. All right. Leko ready to teach the young guns a lesson or two. Oh yeah. I'm rooting for Rapport. Berlin is so okay. So JT is in the chat. Hello JT. I guess his internet is indeed strong enough. Maybe it's just for the chat. I don't know if he can actually, watch the stream or not. Okay, so sorry guys. I'm trying my best to follow the chat, but whenever I'm locked in on the games, I can't really see the chat, so I might be missing out on some of your comments. And obviously, then I kind of have to guess which comments belonged to which game that I looked at. So once again, apologies for that. I'll try my best. How will the knight from f3 enter the game? I assume you're still talking about this game. Well, knight f3 is is already kind of exactly where it needs to be. And take a look at this. So Leko, is he listening to my stream? This actually happened. Leko did trade on a3 and went bishop g4, which once again makes me believe that he's just saying that, oh, well, how about I just give you all the bishops, all you can eat, but good luck breaking through my pawn chains, so your bishops will never do anything. This is kind of funny. Once again, Leko doesn't really have to take on f3 per se. Like he can wait, he can take, or he can not take right away. You know, if white moves the queen out of the way, now taking makes even more sense as it further breaks white's pawn structure. Now white has double pawns. Does it make it quadruple pawns would be 4 pawns on the same file, but these are just 2 double pawns. Never seen this happen. Never seen this structure ever happening in any of the Italian or real Lopez games. But that's probably one of the worst things that can happen to white, because now with this pawn structure, the bishop is actually completely stuck on g3. As to get it out, white would need to play f4, f3, bishop f2, and that, as you can see, that never happens because f4 is never allowed. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what the big idea is here for white. Like Prague played knight a3 so quickly that I refuse to believe that this was just an oversight on his part. Like there's probably close to 0 chance. There must be some kind of idea behind this, and maybe a way for white to avoid the spin would be to move the queen out of the way. But that, once again, it takes 2 moves. Not sure if I would be happy having to make 2 moves just to solve a simple pin problem. Have you ever seen 4 pawns, so quadruple pawns? I've seen triple pawns a couple of times, just a handful of times, but never seen quadruple pawns in a... Or maybe I have, honestly. I feel like I have, it feels like something that's extremely rare, but it should happen every now and then. Double pawns are just, you know, very common. Triple pawns, also quite common, but not, you know, not as much. I've actually had triple pawns analyzing a rare line in Nimzo, a line that one of my students showed me. So we took a look, and then there were a couple of positions that involved white having triplet pawns, which once again is not always that unusual for Nimzo. But quadruple pawns, yeah, can't really think of anything. Triple pawns happened in Misha versus Karpov game. Okay, yeah, that match was... yeah, the kid looked very terrified. You know, I kind of felt sorry for him. Dyslexic Brain, like $100? Was it like some kind of challenge if they get quad pawns on a single file? Like a lot of things should work out exactly, like very precisely to, you know, for quad pawns to happen. So yeah, I would say that you know. Plus, like I don't, this is something, quad pawns is something that you get, I guess, more by an accident, other than, rather than going for it willingly, right? It just doesn't sound like something people would be willing to have in their games. If anything, like just imagine having 4 pawns in the same file. It just sounds like a massive burden. Anyway, let's take a look at some of the other matches. So we have Team US. I think Fabi has already played against this exact line, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's basically his game from round 3, yeah, the one that he won. This feels like exactly the precise copy of that game. And then I think eventually his opponent played d5 here. Where black was okay. Like in that game, I do remember that black was perfectly fine. And it would have probably ended in a draw had his opponent traded queens in a timely manner, but he didn't, and so there was kind of a lot of pressure on the queens, and that's how black lost. But all in all, yeah, these positions are extremely safe and solid for black. So let's see if Fabi can break through Bogdan Daniel's defenses. It looks like we're seeing Team US sitting Linear out. Yeah, Linear had a few hiccups over the last couple of games, losing his most recent game yesterday to I believe it was Argentina that they played against. So looks like he's been given an extra break day, but the American team is a big rating favorite in this match, so they should be doing okay. And what in the world is happening here? This is a Nimzo. Looks like it's called the 3 knights variation. Makes sense. 3 knights are developed. Okay. So I was very worried that I won't know the names of most opening lines, but looks like most of the opening lines are kind of like self-explanatory. If you just look at what's happening in the position, you kind of can kind of guess the name of the opening line, unless it is, you know, specifically attributed to a person who came up with the opening line, which then makes it impossible to guess unless you know who that person was, or unless you know the opening codes. So among my friends, actually a roommate of mine, Grandmaster Danish Boris from Hungary, he knows the pretty much all the opening codes, and you know, during our conversations, whenever we have something that sounds like an opening code, he says that, oh, that's an opening code for this opening, and it just kind of aggravates me, like to unbelievable levels, because I don't know any of the opening codes. You know, I could sit down and just try to learn them, but it's a lot of work, and it just doesn't feel very rewarding at the end of the day. I would say Danish is one person that I know who knows all the opening codes, and Grandmaster Susan Polgar is the other one. And you know, it's very impressive, honestly. It's just a lot to remember, and you know, definitely can come in handy. But all in all, you know, I prefer remembering names, not the codes. Anyway, I I lagged out a little bit. It should keep going, right? Because we're trying to reach the final position here, and what is happening? Bishop g5 c5 is the main line, so it looks like everything here. Yeah, so okay, I've seen this before. I've seen this because usually the queen is getting transferred to, well, although queen d4 is not the main response. It looks like somebody did try queen d4 once, but I'm probably mixing things up. Yeah, because if you do this here, just h6 is kicking the bishop out, and this trade is not necessarily all that great for white, once again, because they're giving up the bishop pair, and with queens, you know, getting off the board, the black king's weakness is kind of irrelevant. So yeah, I would say that I'm probably mixing it up with some other lines. So here white took back with a knight, which retreated the bishop, and yeah, white is quite behind in development here, but looks like both players are currently following, you know, a very well-known line that I've never seen. Okay, yeah, so white has a bishop pair. What's going on? White has a bishop pair, but white is behind in development. Black's king side is weak, and we see black picking up the pawn on a2, which feels a little bit odd, and then another one, and another one. Oh my god, this is just all the pieces are getting sacked. Well, for a good reason though, right? White basically finished. White is done developing, and black's king side can become vulnerable. So this just feels like this to me just feels like some kind of poison pawn variation in Sicilian, where black ends up taking a lot of stuff, but then the king starts getting into trouble, so black begins giving the stuff back to ensure the king's safety. And here we see Vasily playing e5, which is the first line, and I'm assuming also that would be the first line of the engine. We can quickly take a look. And it is indeed one of the first lines. So white ends up taking the bishop back, playing f4, and who would have thought that this position is 0-0-0 according to the engine? Like, it's obvious to me that the game is about to end in a draw. You know, the players should be, you know, having some kind of perpetual check or threefold repetition anytime now. You know, they're gonna shake hands, go home, and enjoy their break day very, very soon. And obviously not, obviously I'm just kidding here. This is move 17. I don't know what's going on. Position is crazy. Black is up 2 pawns, but their king-side structure is getting breached by f4. White has a bishop pair. Black queen is on b4. I'm not sure if it belongs there at all. So yeah, this I feel like this is going to be a very exciting game, and it looks like, yeah, it looks like both players are still following a game between Di Li versus Zhu Zhangyu from back in 2022. Here, black in that game, black played the move queen to e7, which makes a lot of sense to me. She's kind of retreating the queen, having it close by in case black's king gets in trouble. Queen c5 would also probably be okay. I feel like, unless maybe I'm blundering something. No, queen c5 looks fine. Kind of also makes sense to me because retreating the queen, attacking the e3, taking care of the e5 pawn. So also something I would strongly look into. But once again, queen e7 is a more solid choice. I wonder if knight d6 is the thing here, because using the fact that capturing on d6 is impossible as there is bishop h7 discovery, this feels like it might be working somehow. The engine kind of agrees to disagree with me, saying that, oh, now black has a small edge. But once again, if in a position like this you see black having a 0.5 advantage, having 2 extra pawns, chances are that this advantage is slowly going to go away within the next couple of moves. Hello, I'm girl. Hello, girl. I'm Ilya. Nice to meet you. Hi there, I'm Mod. Nice. Great conversation. You're seeing this line first time in your life? Yes. Honestly, same here. Not gonna lie. Probably one of the more rare Nimzo lines out there. Oh, yeah, Airflow. Hello there, by the way. Nice to see you. Thanks for, you know, being here and moderating the chat. Shevchenko, you're hoping Shevchenko's second is a genius? I wonder how many of those players actually have seconds for these. I feel like it's just the head coach of the team is probably the one helping their you know, players prepare. That's what I would expect. Let me pay some attention to the YouTube chat. Hello everybody. Sorry, I've been mostly looking at the Twitch's chat, but now I'm here. Let's see. Oh my god, so few people are watching. Oh, not that few, you know. About 100 here, about 500 on Lichess, so not that few, I would say. You're watching the cameras from 15 minutes ago. Yeah, well, yeah, we do have a 15-minute delay, so yeah, you would be correct. Okay, looks like very good. Girl guy in real life, yeah, okay, yeah. You know what they say on the internet, everyone is a guy, yeah. All right. Let's see. Do we have any new developments in this game? No. After rook b3, it looks like rook b3 is a move that's still following the game, and Shevchenko is still in his prep, while Vasily is in a deep thought. He is now 25 minutes down on the clock, and I would say that this was actually, all in all, this was a very smart choice by Kirill Shevchenko, as playing positions like these without much prior knowledge is extremely difficult, and you can lose very quickly no matter how strong you are. So, you know, kind of worried here for Vasily, but let's hope that he can navigate his way through these complications and do well in the end. Levon Aronian is playing against Livio Dieter Nisipiano, another player I'm quite familiar with. I've played in the past, like we were talking like 12, 13, 14 years ago. I've played in multiple tournaments alongside Livio Dieter. So, you know, he's I remember he has a very striking appearance. Back in, I'm not sure if he still has it, but back in those days, he had uh, a pretty long hair that he would comb into a kind of a ponytail, I guess. So yeah, that's kind of strikes me as somewhat similar to what I was kind of going for. My hair back in those days was also quite long, and I did have a little bit of a ponytail myself, but you know, in the end of the day, it became more of a nuisance than anything. And right now, I'm just, my hair is just, it's not cool. I don't really like it very much, and I try to cut it as short as possible. The moment it gets out of hand. So yeah, here we see a line, a Italian game line where black keeps the bishop hidden on e7, so not getting it out to c5. There's pros and cons of this decision. If the bishop comes out to c5, it gets onto the strong diagonal, but it also gets hit by white's pieces, by the pawns, potentially by the knight, by the bishop on e3. So yeah, if you just have a back there on e7, you don't have to worry about ever moving it ever, right? Ever moving it ever. Okay, that's not how English works, Ilya. Anyway, already some unusual development in this game. Not sure if I will. Apparently, this is quite common for this particular line where white goes 95 early, captures back with a pawn, completely kind of like destroying their light square bishop. This just feels wrong, and it begins to expand with black kind of helping white open things up with c6. But obviously now, yeah, as black recaptures back with a pawn, they have an amazing center. The d5 is coming in. I guess black doesn't have to play d5 immediately, as it's pretty much always available. There's nothing white can do to stop it. So we see Nisipiano kind of taking his time with that decision. But yeah, once again, black needs to be extremely careful about not opening things up too much, as white does have a bishop pair, and probably will punish black if the position gets too opened up. So yeah, still roughly equal. Black doesn't really have many weaknesses, especially after black goes ahead and takes in b4. I guess a5 is the only pawn that's currently separated right now. So if black just goes ahead and takes in b4, I would say that it's very likely that that's what I would do here as black, and then I would have played something like queen c7, connecting my rooks, having a pretty, pretty good looking pawn chain here, strong center, and kind of asking white, okay, what you gonna do? How are you gonna play this, right? Because if you think about what white can possibly do, the b3 bishop wants to get out. If white tries c5, then d5 comes in and the bishop stays closed. This is not ideal. Now the bishop is gonna just be very sad in b3 for the rest of the game. And if we go back here, if white tries for b5, then obviously this is a very double-edged decision, as the b5 pawn can end up getting captured without proper protection. So it's kind of hard to advise a good plan here for white, which kind of makes me believe that, black should be okay. Okay, and now we have Grandmaster Ray Robson's game. Ray is a great friend of mine. Unfortunately, once again, he has, well, I wouldn't say he's been struggling necessarily. Like he has a pretty decent result, holding board 4. I think his current score is +1, so he has he has played this is his 5th game, and he's scored 3 points out of 5. 2.5 out of 4 so far, as far as I remember. So he's he's in a good shape. Although his loss against Anton Korobov from 2 matches ago definitely was unpleasant, but I think he's definitely strong enough to mentally recover from the loss and then keep showing amazing chess. Rogozin, nevertheless. Once again, Rogozin is a tough opening to beat your opponent in if you're playing it as black, because yeah, white's, you know, it goes both ways. It's one of those openings that's actually hard to play for both sides. And in this case, I've tried this by myself. I've had a game against also a good friend of mine, Grandmaster Aram Hakobian from Armenia. Tried this line. I think this is exactly the line that I've played. And yeah, so the idea here is that black is experiencing like some tiny problems with the queen's head development. But yeah, with precise play, it should just all go away, and I think usually just knight f6, bishop d7, it just all goes away, and you know, the game ends up being, you know, the full pawn symmetry kind of game where nothing is going to happen ever. You see a whole bunch of games being played here. All of them, literally every single game ended in a draw. And, you know, well, given that Ray is higher rated, I guess Romanian team doesn't necessarily mind the draw on board 4, although they do have, you know, their player playing with white pieces here, so it would probably make more sense to try and win. And once again, anything can happen. This position can still be won by either side. It's very unlikely because of how safe it is for both sides. The playing hall has way too many walking noises. No, I don't think walking distracts chess players. No. As far as I know, you can't, Zach. As far as I know, you can't talk in the playing area, and if somebody is talking, it's illegal to do so. So if caught, there will be repercussions. There might be you know, might be warnings, or might be immediate, you know, problems for the person who talks or whispers or whatnot. So like, it's not like, nobody would be willing to take a risk that big to jeopardize themselves and their team, you know, even if it means giving someone a hint and helping them out. I don't think that's a risk worth taking for anyone, especially on top boards. People, you know, people don't do that, as far as I know. He has a ponytail for ages. Okay, well, you never know. People may change their style. That's just how I remember him when I last saw him. And exactly, I'm pretty sure they have measures in place against, you know, cheating in bathrooms. I'm sure there are metal detectors. I'm sure there are checks probably before players go in and out of the bathroom. So it's once again, it's a risk not worth taking. And you know, I know there have been cases of cheating when people would go to bathrooms and use some electronics to look up the moves and stuff like that. But it's just not worth it in a tournament of this caliber, because the players who are caught will likely face bans from professional competitions, if not lifetime ban. You know, it's taken very seriously, as far as I know. FIDE, cheating anti-cheating commission, has made such decisions in the past, where players were banned for many years from competing in professional tournaments. So once again, not worth the risk. All right, so let's take a look at maybe some of the matches on boards further behind the top ones. So how about we take a look at this game, for example, where Austria is facing off against Poland. So Poland has suffered a defeat by the Vietnam's team in the previous round, and they are now trying to recover. Once again, Poland being a heavy rating favorite facing off against Austria, we would expect them to have no problem winning this match, but you never know. Once again, at this point, even rating favorites who are playing way down, they're still facing teams consisting of 4 GMs. So you know, it's not easy. Yeah, there could be like 150 to 200 point difference in ratings, but a grandmaster is still a grandmaster, and some people are known for their clutchness. Some people are more capable of delivering or of overperforming than others, and you know, you never know when you're going to come across a player like that. So you should always be on the lookout against anyone, not just against grandmasters. As we could see, there have been plenty upsets so far, where people rated 3, 4, even 500 points lower than their opponents would actually hold their ground and even sometimes manage to beat their much higher rated opposition. So nobody is to be taken lightly during an event like Olympiad. So this is still a theory apparently, and it makes sense. So far everything that's been happening is making perfect sense to me. Since white has played e3, it means that the bishop is trying to go elsewhere, and with white having played a4, it is clear where the bishop is trying to go. At the same time, white is kind of lagging a little bit behind in development, as black has already castled. White still needs 2 more moves to make it happen. Once again, because there's a lot of pawn chains right now, so the position is not going to be open anytime soon. White believes that he has time to improve his position, even without having to go for castle immediately. You see certain openings that kind of promote this idea. So you see an opening such as, let's say, advanced French, where it's not unusual for the black king to just keep standing in the center because of how many pawn chains, how close the pawn structure is in the center, making it close to impossible for black's opponent to break through and punish black for keeping the king in the center. Stuff like this. Okay. So how about we go ahead and take a look at Shakhriyar's Mamedyarov's game, where he's playing with white pieces. It all starts out as a kind of ready structure. Okay, so e4 is one of the possible moves. I guess it kind of implies that knight takes e4 is not really a good idea, because rook e1, and then white will be regaining their pawn back after the knight gets kicked out. Actually, not even d3, but there is a stronger option, which is c4, as now if black just kind of does nothing about it, I feel like they're just going to end up losing the game very, very quickly as soon as the knight moves away, right? So something like knight h4 followed by d3, and trying to keep the pawn backfires for black. But this is why black just doesn't bother and just ignores the e4 offer. It goes d6, and now we just see a very, very typical development from both sides. And actually, it's a good thing that Shakhriyar goes for h3, because I've known quite a few cases where white were not respecting the bishop g4 pin, and white were just immediately going d4, which oftentimes may lead to issues like for example here, where the knight is getting pinned, the d4 is sort of in trouble here. So if white goes ahead and plays d5s, then there's going to be even more pressure applied onto the f3 knight. As we can see here, it's not that big of a deal, because apparently white will have just enough time to deal with the spin after something like knight bd2. But in general, it's better to respect the bishop g4 idea and kind of cut it before it happens by playing simple h3. So I completely agree with Chuck on his decision here. Doesn't go for d4, which is which would have been a very standard reaction here, although it seems that black has quite a decent result here if they find this move d5, which in my mind is a little bit anti-logical, if you may. Oftentimes you try to avoid doing stuff like this, but I guess here, because white cannot really follow up with the f4 pawn push, it probably makes this all okay. As after knight d7, the d4 is about to be traded away, and as soon as the d4 pawn falls, the e5 will lose its main defender. So okay, that's why we see black doing quite well here after d5, as white now shouldn't be playing e5, but instead white should be, actually there's a Gukash's game from back in 2018 when he was still about 2400 rated, and in that game I guess he took on d5 and the game just went into a drawish pawn symmetry. But once again, black is experiencing zero problems here. All of their pieces are very nicely placed, you know, with heavy pieces to be followed. So no issues here for black. I guess this is why Shaka decides that, okay, let me go ahead and prepare the d4 for a couple more moves, right? So black goes h6, securing the g5 square, because it's like g5 is like g4, right? You know, you can kind of keep it open, but it's better to secure it, especially because moves like h3 and h6 are in general very, very useful in the long run. Not even just because they're removing the g5 from the equation for your opponent, but also because they give you, you know, an escape square for the king in case, you know, things are starting to go down and you begin experiencing issues on either first or last ranks, depending on which side you're playing from. Okay, so Shak plays d3. Interesting choice. I would expect him to go knight c2 and try to play for d4, but I guess he correctly identifies that this plan is no longer valid. Maybe because, once again, maybe still because maybe because he's aware that black is just gonna go ahead and take on d4 and play d5, and that's how most of the pawns are gonna get traded away from this position. So he kind of just tries to keep pressure going by not forcing with d4. So if he doesn't go d4, what's white's plan then? I'm kind of not seeing it. If not d4, white usually tries to play for f4, but because Shak already put his rook on e1, it makes f4 less effective, right? Because if you think about what's going to happen after f4, the f file is going to get open, right? Especially if white takes on e5, which means that you would probably prefer to have your rook on f1 at this point. And that's kind of the only thing that I'm thinking of. What is Shak gonna do? I mean, his position is very safe, don't get me wrong, and black should also be careful to not like overestimate their own breakthroughs like d5. I think here d5 would just be really bad because e5 is getting hit. So white is not the only one having this planning issue. Hello Mick, what's up? Very important question in YouTube chat. What is my favorite pizza topping? Oh my god. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Linux. It is indeed a very it is indeed a very, very serious question. I have to give it a proper thought, because I can't, like, a lot depends on my answer here. Like I have to make sure I don't offend anyone, and you know, going for cliche answers like pineapple would probably have exactly that effect. So I'll get back to you in 2 to 3 business days, Mr. German piano. I'm just kidding. Okay, let's say it's just, you know, it's either any kind of meat or mushrooms. I would say probably mushrooms will be higher on the list for me. This affects your future with Lichess, so be careful. Yeah, I'm trying to be as careful as possible. I'm going with neutral answer, even though in my own family I have multiple people who hate mushrooms, who just don't eat mushrooms. And yet I'm gonna go with mushrooms. Final answer. Please no Hawaii. Yeah, I mean I'm very open-minded. I can eat, you know, pineapple on pizza, no problem. What I can't eat on pizza, however, is anchovies. I can't eat anchovies in pizza. Like I just can't. Okay, so we have a draw already. Well, I was expecting it to happen, but it happened. No, it didn't happen in the game I was expecting it the most. It happened in this game, but okay, yeah, well, I mean, it it's to be expected for this Queen's Gambit declined line to be drawn. Okay. Yeah. Honestly, sure. A Vietnamese player was pretty big rating underdog, so he just goes ahead and takes a quick draw against his much higher rated opponent, and goes on a well deserved break, if you may. Um, leaving his team to suffer with two black boards. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm not firing any shots here. I'm not saying anything. Um, it's it's fine. Once again, draws are fine as long as you don't lose. Because if you lose your game, it applies insane constraint on your other teammates, because just to win a match, they would have to win on two other boards, right? So they have no choice but to keep trying to win games that may not necessarily allow them to do that, right? Sometimes, or actually most of the time, when you see chess on the top level, positions out of the opening positions are either dry or just equal, or are very hard to find plans in. So in those cases, this is why you see a lot of draws on high levels, because people, for the safety reasons, they're not willing to take unnecessary risks, and especially because this is a team event that applies even more than ever, even more than in any individual event out there, right? You don't want to lose because you screw up your team like a lot if you do. So draw is fine, even though having white pieces, I would it would be advised by me to try and keep the pressure going, if you can. But if you can't, if you believe that you are unable to get anything playable out of the openings, then surely a draw is fine. All right. Let's see any other developments here. So we have Lim. Okay, this is a development, and how? Whoa. You have Lim Kwang. Okay, well, Ding Liren playing against Lim Kwang here, and yeah, so this is where we left it off. And Lim decided to not play knight c7, which is the main response here, just kind of making sure the knight doesn't get in trouble on the long diagonal. He played for g6, going for an immediate fianchetto, allowing h5, h4. That this plan does not phase Lim, and he's playing rather quickly here, so he correctly remembers that bishop f5 is the main response now. And yeah, this piece placement for black, it feels so natural. It just feels, it's like asking for trouble, and yet black has very, very reasonable results here. Yeah, extremely reasonable results. It almost makes me believe that maybe, just maybe, black is contemplating the long castle here. Like, it's just looking at how much white has already expanded on the king side. I just can't help it but think that, but apparently not. Apparently it's, oh well, maybe it's because white goes ahead and plays h6. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it makes it all okay for black to castle short now, as the h file is no longer under the risk of being exposed. So I'm not quite sure what the h6 pawn is doing exactly. Like, it's there, cool. It's trying to get something going on with the g7, but once again, black currently has a dark squared bishop, so nothing will happen. Knight h2, knight b6. Once again, this is actually Ding had a game himself in this one with white, having played against Grandmaster Wesley So back in 2022, and this was his first deviation here. It's actually very surprising to see Ding spending almost 22 minutes for this move a4, which is a novelty. So once again, would he really spend 22 minutes to play a move that wasn't his home prep? I don't think so. I mean, it just doesn't sound right. Yes, once again, as I mentioned previously, you sometimes can conceal your your opening prep by spending some time per critical move, right? Like, if you spend like 4 to 5 minutes for a critical move, it kind of makes it less likely in your opponent's mind that you are prepared. But would you really spend as much as 22 minutes to conceal your true intentions. I don't think it doesn't make it worth it anymore, right? Like the more time you spend in the opening phase, the higher are the chances that you'll find yourself in time trouble. And nobody wants to be in time trouble. Like, why do this to yourself, right? Okay, so Lim very quickly responded with knight a5, and then Ding played knight to e4, hitting both the pawn and the bishop. Now, it seems that black has to make a choice. I would say that black's dark sword bishop is way more important, because once again, if the bishop is gone and this diagonal ever gets open, white will have a play on it, right? White will have some kind of bat race going on. So with this, I'm kind of concluding that it probably makes the most sense to just go ahead and take the knight, as other options are pretty much unavailable unless there is some kind of weird pawn sacrifice. Maybe honestly, maybe black can go for the pawn sacrifice, kind of claiming that, oh, the white pieces are still undeveloped. But as we can see, the engine is not a big fan of that. I would say that this is actually interesting. Like, I don't think this is that bad. Actually, as you can see, if white takes the second pawn, yeah, they're okay. It just feels cramped, right? Everything feels cramped in white's position. And I would have hoped that black had more compensation here, but I guess once again, I guess not. I guess if anything, white is just gonna go ahead and give back one of the extra pawns in order to complete the development. So yeah, this is actually one of the possible lines. Once again, I do not have an opening. Sorry, I don't have the engine analysis. I'm as much in the dark as all of you. The only thing I see is the evaluation, so I'm just kind of making a wild guess, and it looks like I'm more or less getting it right. We can argue that black does have a compensation because of the bishop pair, but at the same time, why give up a pawn, right? And getting nothing concrete in return. So feels like we are going to see bishop e4, because bishop d4 doesn't really help, right? As there is e3, pushing the bishop right back, and white will still end up taking on c5. I mean, having a bishop pair is cool and all. Here, once again, when it costs you a lot of time, especially in the opening phase, it kind of feels odd, feels weird. It's Ding. It's Ding. So there are things he understands about chess that I don't, or not necessarily, or maybe even if I do, I don't necessarily put as much value on certain things as he does. So it's very possible that he he values getting the bishop pair higher than getting his pieces out in this particular case, right? So usually if I put it like this, then he's making a mistake, right? But chess is a wonderful game where there exist exceptions from common rules, and whatever is happening on the board, can affect the thing and should affect the thinking process. So you can't just blindly be following, develop pieces, fight for the center, hide the king rules. There's always going to be something that changes the reality, and we will have to adapt to the new potential challenges. Can you Bing it? As in use the browser, the internet browser, Bing? Yeah? Is that what you meant? Which side has top chatters? I would say that both chats are actually quite slow right now, but that is to be expected. Most people are I think most people watching are not necessarily connected to Twitch. As far as I know, I'm getting a lot of viewers just from Lichess's main page, where people are on Lichess but are not necessarily on Twitch, and therefore can't chat. Right, so let's go ahead and once again, I want to remind you guys that if you manage to find some interesting game that I will most definitely miss in my analysis, then shoot it my way. You know, post it in the chat, and we'll take a look at it together. Let me go all the way down, and take a look at some games from lower boards. How about taking a look at Canada versus Turkey, specifically at this game? Grandmaster Razvan Priyadu, who I played quite a few times myself, is facing off against Yegizkan Erdogmus. And we see King's Indian attack-ish structure. So here, there is this plan of white playing d3 and then going for queen e1, knight h4, with white then following through with f4, g4, trying to trap the bishop on h5. It's actually a plan that I really liked playing myself whenever I would play this line. It's been a long time since I faced bishop g4 against knight f3 in general, so I didn't get to play this idea for a while now, but I really like it because it makes it tricky for black to play. Obviously, you know, black is gonna have to know how to develop properly in most openings. But this is just such a sneaky idea that people who don't know, they don't really expect something like that to happen to their bishop, and the game once again can be over in a matter of minutes if black doesn't understand what's going on. So this is not what Grandmaster Razvan Priyadu is going for here. He's going for more of a standard setup with c4 and d4, and then goes ahead and takes in d5. Very interesting. Taking a d5 early always kind of felt weird to me, especially here, when black can also go ahead and take on d5 with the c-pawn. Now, taking with the c-pawn in this concrete case makes a lot more sense because black has already gotten their c8 bishop out, and that's kind of the main problem. This is why black, whenever white ever takes in d5, black would always want to take back with an e-pawn because that makes sure black's right-squared bishop is going to come out. But here, that's not an issue anymore. So taking back with a c-pawn, maintaining pawn symmetry might also be the way to go. The only inconvenience here for black is that whenever black does take with a c-pawn, they oftentimes want to make sure that knight is going to the c6 square, because it's just in general more useful there, as it's going to be applying pressure against d4, sometimes helping black play e5 breakthroughs. So on d7, it's it feels once again feels unnatural to me to have a bishop to have a knight on d7 here, and yet black, I would say black has no real issues here. Just bishop d6, short castle, and then play chess, trying to control the c file. I would say the game would have been quite even by this point. But black goes ahead and goes for more standard e takes d5. Now d5, bishop e7. This is still a line where there has been 3 games. There have been 3 games here where white mostly played f4. But starting with knight c3 and then going for f4, this is a okay, so maybe it was actually very important to play f4 immediately, because now bishop g6 runs into f5, right? And how does black save the bishop exactly? I don't wait, what's going on here? You see the engine is already showing a big advantage for white. It feels like black has screwed up. So what happened? What did black have to do to make sure that the bishop survives? I guess maybe just going bishop g6 right away, preparing against f4 so that now at least e4 is available for black to occupy. Yeah, this looks right. So you see, move orders, ladies and gentlemen, very, very important to make sure you understand what is going on, what your opponent's plans are, because if you don't, and if you believe that, oh, I can play bishop g6 whenever, no, you can't, right? So it's here, after f4, the bishop is trapped, so black would most likely have to sacrifice material here somehow, right? So let's say knight takes e5, d takes e5, bishop c5, and king to h2 is how these games have been going. After knight d7, we can just go ahead and play g4, and it looks like white is just winning here. Bishop g6, f5. Yes, yes, black is getting some compensation back for the missing piece, but in the end of the day, the bishop is stuck. It's not going to be coming out. Bishop f4 was played in the Rasmus Swain versus Alexander Yurovskich back in 2020, which was a mistake. And I wonder what the correct move here would be. Something like e4 maybe. Yeah, e4 doesn't surprise me, as it invites black to trade queens, and I feel like that's something they should try to avoid. As if white goes ahead and picks up the g6, there's going to be, first of all, I'm blundering. I think there's knight g4, which which might just see black winning the game very, very quickly, as the h file is now getting exposed. But once again, even if white doesn't take on g6 right away, this capture will always be available to white, and so e4 is a kind of a clean way to get a big advantage, which once again, this position never happened, but it could have happened had Razvan realized that bishop e7 is inaccurate move order. So he plays knight c3, which now sees black making bishop g6 on time, and after f4, bishop e4, at least the bishop survives, but white still enjoys a tiny little bit of an advantage because of the bishop pair, I guess. Once again, oh, well, not quite. Looks like Razvan has gone for this exchange, and now he is double attacking both pawns. Feels like the trade is coming, right? Takes on e5, d takes, and then I guess bishop is going to come out to e3. The pawn on e4 though is likely what makes this worse for black, right? That the pawn is way too separated. It's hard for black to support it with another pawn, because as soon as f5 happens, there's going to be en passant. Plus, if black does decide to go for f5, they can no longer castle short. So feels a little bit troublesome here for black. And once again, it could have been worse, right? So this is not even as bad as what could have happened had white realized that f4 immediately would have been very strong. Ein Party hat zur Feier des Affiliate Jubiläums. Okay, so yeah, my German is. Yeah, I'm gonna stop. I'll have you guys know that I've studied German in at Webster for like a year and a half. Did you call us slow? Cancel Ilya? Slow? Wait, what? Oh, because you don't chat? Well, no, as I said, it's not your fault. Most people are watching this broadcast. By the way, we have 420 viewers on Twitch. Nice. Most people are watching the broadcast without being logged into Twitch, so they can't chat physically. That's okay. Once again, not everybody cares about messaging in the chat. Actually, I'm one of those people who rarely types anything to people I watch. You don't think people are expecting a lot of chat interactions with these Olympiad broadcasts? Well, the chat interaction is actually my main forte, if you will. Even during my own streams, I give strong preference to the chat as opposed to my own performance. It kind of makes it fun, more engaging, I feel. China versus Vietnam. Sir, yes, sir. Let's go. China versus Vietnam. So we already have a drawn word number 2, by the way, if you haven't seen it already. This game has ended with a threefold repetition at this point. Both players are going on a well-deserved break. And still, yeah, so as expected, Lim went ahead and took the knight on e4, and then played c4, which is, I feel like this c4 move is a very smart decision, because it ensures that black's queen side stays as it is for a while. I wouldn't be surprised if d3 is the way to go. Yeah, looks like d3 is indeed the correct move here. Knight b3 feels. Wait, what's a better move here? Knight b3. White has something better. Rook a3 maybe. Yeah, rook a3, and then this feels. This feels strange because it's an opposite color bishop now, and opposite color bishop middle game now. But oh well, oh boy, oh boy, and then oh my god, an a5. The knight has nowhere to go. Okay, so if black is not careful, if black doesn't respect white's position, it can end up pretty badly for Lim. But I'm pretty sure that Lim is one of those people who are trying to be extremely careful. And he also plays relatively fast. So honestly, I like his chances here. But once again, d3. What's a proper reaction after d3? Something like rook c8 maybe. It's possible. If white ever takes, maybe knight b takes c4, hitting the b2. Somehow, yeah. See, I'm not quite sure why white's position is 0.6 better than black's, because in my mind, white has failed their development on the queen side. And if white has to make moves like, let's say, rook b1, which once again is another good move, like I would feel bad here as white. I don't want to, like, I would like my rooks to be on c1 and d1, and the fact that I have to take this slow while having a bishop pair in this open position just makes me feel bad. Queen b6, rook d8, and yet white is just comfortably better. Like once again, I'm not, I guess I'm not that great. Yeah, okay, so b3 is not the way to go. Maybe b4, maybe this is why. Maybe because black's knights are getting pushed back all the way. Oh, I'm missing just a simple tactic here. Okay. Okay, so I guess black is in this one, black has failed to prevent white pieces from coming out, and also white is getting this pawn rush on the queen side, which forces black pieces back. Kind of cool, right? Not something I would expect looking at how passively white pieces are placed for the most part, but you know, bishop pair, what can I say? Now from this point on, if there's a bishop pair on the board and I don't know how to explain certain things, I'm just gonna attribute it to the bishop pair. Okay, so d3 was played, right? So Ding is good, as we all know, because he's a world champion. He finds d3, gets his bishop open up and ready to rock. But once again, b2 is still a problem, and it's still on the horizon. So white will need to get that pawn supported with rook b1, and eventually, as you guys could see, there will be some b4 plans as soon as these guys get traded away. You've had quite a few. No, I haven't. Yeah, I'm looking at the YouTube chat. Thanks for letting me know. Another question: what is your top 3 underrated blitz openings for you? Bird, King's Gambit, and Danish in any order? Yeah, King's Gambit. I don't like King's Gambit for blitz. And I actually haven't really played online blitz or any kind of blitz for that matter for a while now, but I remember that I would oftentimes go for the King's Indian attack setups in blitz. So it's just easy. Like you do the Fenkero on the king side as white, and you know, it's very easy to play, just very natural. You don't have to spend too much time thinking about where your pieces need to go, right? So in blitz, in my opinion, it's essential that you don't spend too much time, especially in the opening phase. So playing for, you know, King's Indian attack setup or King's Indian / ready setups, it was working for me from white side. Can I look at Magnus's game next? Absolutely, I can. Sigurd of Erigaisi looks interesting. Sure. Okay, so let's go in order. Magnus's game first. Magnus, where are you? No, wait, they should be on one of the top boards. Why am I scrolling past them? Yeah, there you go. Okay. Aha. So, okay, so here is what we saw, right? We saw Magnus going for a sideline against, in the advanced Kara, placing knight on b3, preventing the c5 breakthrough. And it worked, since his opponent did not go for c5 anymore, but instead, Parham Maksudoglu goes for a slightly more aggressive choice, which I have seen before, and that is black going just for g5 and then getting ready to get their bishop out to g7 with potential breakthroughs on with f6. The thing is that here, if black goes g5 and obviously castling short, they kind of, you know, castling short is not more problematic. I feel like it's still gonna happen because the king can never castle long. It's physically impossible. There's gonna be bishop takes a5, right? So Magnus did a great job ensuring that black doesn't get to castle long with this pawn push, or that he provoked black to play a5, trying to maintain the space, right? Because if this pawn reaches far, then it captures a bunch of space away from black. So black didn't want to deal with that, played a5, and now a5 is always going to be a target for this set of white pieces, meaning that, yeah, the castling is going to be as difficult as ever. And yeah, and Magnus goes for king h1, knight g6. So the common theme here is that as soon as black plays g5, g5 looks very intimidating, right? It almost seems that pawns are gonna just keep rolling, and eventually stuff will happen on the king side, unpleasant stuff to the white king. But worry not. The way white usually deals with this is by moving the f knight back to e1. As you can see now, neither g4 nor h5 will ever happen, right? Because we have, massive battery taking care of all that. And now with knight moving out of the way from the f file, white is actually going to go ahead and try to break through with f4, using the fact that g5 now has become a hook that white can use to open things up and force black to be extra worried about their king's safety, right? The only issue I see with this is that as soon as white goes f4, black will take on f4, and now white has to probably take back with the bishop, which means that there is no longer pressure on the a5 pawn, likely giving black a shot at castling long. And yet, once again, the a5 is always there. The queen side will almost never be completely safe because of it. So it's going to be a very, very dynamic game, and I like to see that. So Magnus, having 15-minute deficit on the clock, which I mean, I guess he was, what, 7 minutes late for this game? I guess he's getting further and further into time deficit, and you see even players as strong as Magnus will have time management issues, and they will be making mistakes in time trouble. So in your games, despite the fact that you guys might be playing classical games or rapid games, don't get too comfortable with the large amounts of times that you have, because once again, it's nice while it lasts, and it's horrible when you run out of time and start getting into time pressure. It just feels absolutely awful, and it's not gonna feel like blitz or bullet where, oh, you're just gonna make a bunch of moves, because your opponent, who will have a big time odds on you at that point, they will have enough time to figure things out, right? In blitz and bullet, you and your opponent don't really have much time to play with, so it's hard to punish your opponent's mistakes. But classical doesn't work like that, right? In classical, if you fall behind on time, then your opponent will find it, and you will lose once you start making mistakes in the time trouble. You're just dead when you see Magnus playing against you. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily the case, but I myself have a pretty poor score against Magnus. Well, given I've only played him in online chess, I'm pretty sure I have maybe a draw or two, and then I've lost like 7 or 8 games against him. So if you mean me specifically, then yes, I don't perform well against Magnus, but a couple of other strong players such as Daniel Naroditsky, Andrew Tang has played Magnus probably millions of times by now, and those people actually do quite well against him in the online chess. But obviously, if you're talking classical, then he would like to have a big edge on all those guys. Okay, so now we're taking a look at Sigurov versus Erigaisi. Some development this as well. Ruy Lopez, okay. Not the first time we are seeing black attempting the Finchetto, right, in Ruy Lopez or Italian game. So interesting. Once again, very interesting decision, because this is not the kind of bishop that you expect to see in Ruy Lopez, right? I've always known that this way of developing exists, and it just always seemed counterproductive because of the simple fact that it takes more time getting your bishop to g7 than it would if you had you just developed it to c5, right? So from a perspective of getting your pieces out as quickly as possible and saving time to do other things, then this just feels incredibly slow. And yet, because of how solid Ruy Lopez and Italian game positions are for black, it works out, giving you some new possibilities as the game moves on to the middle game phase. Okay, so here it looks like a lot of games have been played here. Mixed results: white won some, black won some, whole bunch of draws. But all in all, pretty strong players tried this. Vasily Ivanchuk played this one against Grandmaster Wang Hao back in 2017 and lost as white. And in that game, which we are currently following, black played knight b4, white captured on d7, black took back with a queen, and this is quite literally just, okay, so here, this was the first deviation where Wang Hao actually took back with a knight, and knight f1 was played by Vasily Ivanchuk, which is also one of the best moves here, although the engine wants to do something else. The engine claims that there's a better response than knight f1, maybe queen b3. It doesn't seem like it. Something like c5, and yeah, it's beginning to get tricky. And knight c6. I thought maybe I can sneak in and and snatch the pawn on b7, but doesn't seem to be the case, as black is winning their missing pawn right back. And now this also opens up the b file for the black to use and attack the b2. So not quite happy with the end result. And what would be, I'm wondering, what would be a stronger, so the engine claims is plus 0.7, so how do we, knight f1 makes a lot of sense because it opens up the bishop, right, and actually defends white against knight d3 at the same time. Maybe knight c4, yeah, it wanted to play knight c4. Knight c4 is counterintuitive to me, because I would like to avoid having to play with an isolated pawn. Yeah, honestly, I feel like, yeah, it shows an advantage, but I feel like knight f1 is just safer in general. It gets the same things done. It's just you don't have to worry about having to calculate d5 and just kind of double guessing whether the the isolated pawn is worth it or not. Usually it's not, because it's a weakness. That the intangible advantages that come along with having the isolated pawn usually are not going to outweigh the long-term disadvantages. So I would say there is probably no reason to worry yourself and have to calculate this. So knight f1 is a common response. And here Van Gaal played h6, and it was a game kind of okay. So here white just has a pretty big advantage according to the engine. Maybe it's because there's something like d5 entrapping the knight. Although I don't think it actually works out, because there's still some play against the d3 square. Also, black could play a5 and artificially create an escape square for the knight. So yeah, d5 is not it. But yeah, this already has white at a much better position. And I'm not quite sure how. This should be like some immediate reason to kind of claim that, oh, white is much better now. Maybe it's just bishop e3, queen d2. Yeah, okay, that seems to be it. Just develop. h6 is now a target. Knight on b4 will be hit in a crossfire, and yeah, just overall very pleasant. Right, white having a strong center. An open c file to play for, also very important. Yeah, but not what happened. So Erigaisi quickly took back with the queen. So I guess he knows. Erigaisi probably knows what's up. He understands that taking back with a knight kind of puts his position in the inferior state, and goes ahead, takes with the queen. Queen b3 was played. a5. Once again, a5 is a common idea, not just because it makes it easier for the black knight to escape, but also because at some point black may end up making a4 work. May require them to play something like c5, but a4 is going to be on the horizon. a3, knight c6, yeah. Knight c6 makes a bit more sense, because if knight goes back to a6, like, where is it going to go now? It could only go to c5, but once again, the white pawn is taking care of that. And playing c5 himself, not sure. This just feels a bit awkward, having your pawns all disconnected like this, and yet, as you can see, it's not all that bad for black. So, oh well, what do I know? Maybe my inexperience playing e4 structures comes in right now, where I'm unaware that stuff like this usually works for black. It just doesn't feel like it will, but the engine, you know, the engine ruins ruins all of my perspectives, I guess, pretty quickly. Okay, so d5 was played. And went back all the way to b8, which once again is very, very unusual to see, especially when it costs you a pawn. So knight b7, oh, queen b7, knight a6. Okay, this is just some bizarre thing. This is what makes chess so difficult, because look at Arigai's time, right? This is clearly all just home prep. He is now just down a pawn. Well, down a pawn, white can retreat the queen. It goes all the way back and hides, right? And black is down a pawn. And one might think, okay, what in the world, right? What in the world just happened? Why would black be okay just giving up a pawn for what seems to be like an insufficient compensation, right? All black got here was the b file control. And not even that. Black goes ahead and plays queen a4 also very quickly, offering an even trade of queens. Oh my god. Yeah, what can I say, guys? Chess of the 21st century. Hello, Emmy, what's up? 35 dark chess player. We are going to take a look at India versus Hungary. Or actually, we are taking a look at India versus Hungary. Probably we're just going to be taking a look at different games, not just this one. But yeah, once again, these are some bizarre opening preparations. And as you can see, Sugarov is already down to mere 27 minutes on his clock, when he still has over 20 more moves to make. And he actually decides to just go ahead and give up his extra pawn advantages. He will be losing the d5. So if anything, I feel like we probably will see him just making a draw here, because yeah, right now there's not much for black to worry about, right? The position is open. Black has a very strong bishop on the long diagonal. Black will have the b file control anytime now. Black also has some possibilities for planting their knight on b3, which actually they could have done even now. I feel like this might have been a good addition. Also, once again, white's position is also quite solid, so this game feels like, yeah, knight f takes e5 has been played. But this does feel like it's gonna, excuse me, it's gonna be slowly moving into the drawish endgame kind of direction. All right, let's take a look at probably one of the most anticipated games of this match. Grandmaster Richard Rapport versus Grandmaster Gukesh. And yes, this was right. This was this safer Berlin defense line. It's called Rio Gambit Accepted. Wow, that's fancy. It's one of those opening names that I would never ever know unless I would never ever be able to guess unless I knew specifically that that's what it's called in advance. There's no way to guess that. And yeah, white managed to get a bishop pair, but you know, simple development for both sides. We see a very, very tame, very solid, just a normal kind of position for both sides. Yes, I mean, white does have a bishop pair, but how do you get these guys out? I feel like it's almost a mission impossible. Maybe something like this, but once again, very easy to counter. Just have the bishop on d5. White likely is going to be trying to keep the bishop pair advantage going, and it's once again hard to do if black plants their own bishop on d5. So yeah, this once again also feels like it's too small of an edge for white to be kind of hoping for anything. Well, I would like to say a bummer, because having watched a lot of Richard Rapport's games, you know, there's always something going on, always some kind of action. Here we're probably not gonna be getting a lot of it, you know. But sometimes even players like him need to have their breaks, right, from crazy chess, and they need to take it easy, especially when so much is on the line. So definitely an understandable choice by Richard. Taking a look at Leko versus Prague, and yeah, so interestingly, Prague, after this capture on a3, Prague started spending a lot of time on his clock, and you see every move is taking him about 6 to 7 minutes to complete. And that's, yeah, oh my god, that's not it. This took 22 minutes to complete. This is not ideal. You know what? When I see this, I don't, you know what this reminds me of? There was a game, actually I think it was Anish Giri's game from back in either 2011 or 2012, so a long time ago. It was him playing Tata Steel in Veikanze, right? A very prestigious round robin event. And he had a game against someone where Anish prepared a line in Sicilian, which was roughly equal for black, but it was so complicated and so difficult to play, and there were so many possibilities for white. And needless to say, his opponent his opponent went for a sideline as soon as the development stage was done, and Anish, despite being prepared, despite having a big time lead, he was like up 30 minutes on his clock. He started thinking, and he was unable to figure out what is going on. And this was basically, when this happens, it mostly happens because players overestimate their position based upon the engine's evaluation itself, right? So they don't players fail to see the bigger picture in terms of how easy or how hard it is to play that from a human standpoint, if I'm making sense here, right? So not every 0-0-0 positions will feel the same, right? Some of them will be like crazy tactical games where you have to calculate a lot. Some of them will be, boring, monotonous, positional chess kind of positions, and some of them will be just positions that are just in general very tough to figure out what in the world is going on. They don't have to be especially crazy filled with tactics and stuff, but it's just going to be tough to for you as a player to navigate yourself through the complications and through the many different ideas that happen in those positions. And this is what players sometimes do, and this is kind of Prague beginning to spend so much time here. Just kind of it's to me it's clear that he is not comfortable playing this position, and I see why, right? Because he has weaknesses. He can't utilize his main strengths, right? He's not feeling it, right? He's not feeling it, and this may end up badly for him. I hope that he still manages to survive or maybe even win the game, but as of right now, he's struggling despite this being his home prep. It's one of those positions that is hard to play without the engine's support, because if you play it as a human, then chances are that you'll just slowly be getting sank, if that makes sense. As white doesn't have much going well for them right now, they don't have much going badly for them either, but just in general, the structure favors black in the long run. That's why I don't like this opening choice by Prague. And as you can see, Leka has spent some time as well. So Leka is also spending some significant amount of time for his moves, but his moves just feel more natural than White's, right? Just having the rook on e3, right? It just feels just doesn't feel right to me. All right, let's see. Arjun just terrorizing those poor board threes. Yeah, Eric Icy is pretty good indeed. Yeah, he's been having a just absolute blast with the tournament. Okay, so the only other board we have yet to look at is this game between Vidit and Benjamin Gladura. And okay, so this is clearly an exchange Slav. Yes, so here it comes, exchange Slav. A6, yeah, A6 is one of the ways to equalize. Bishop f5 is another one. I've played this position many times from both sides, and A6 is more of a fighting kind of equalization in Bishop f5, because in Bishop f5 you have lines like these where yeah, so Queen b3, right? Queen b3, Bishop b4, Bishop b5, short castle, Bishop takes c6, Bishop takes c3, Queen takes c3, Rook c8, Knight e5, Knight to g4, Knight takes g4, Bishop g4, Queen b4, Rook takes c6, Queen takes b7, Queen c8. So you have the quote-unquote equalities like these, where it is clear that Black will never ever hope for anything other than a draw because they're going to be down a pawn, but because of the active, positioning of their rooks, them controlling the open c file, and this being an opposite color bishop endgame, black draws like 95% of the games. Actually, yeah, the last loss that I see here in the master database on Lichess, so the last loss that black had in this game was back in 2010. So while this is extremely safe and sound for black, you are always running a risk of losing this simply because you're just down the pawn, and if you misplace some of your pieces, if you play rook c2 prematurely, then white may end up having bishop d6, bishop c5, blocking you off from the c file control, and things can get ugly. You can't get this raw. So not wanting to play positions with nothing but a draw and on a horizon, a6 is definitely a way to go, not having to sacrifice much. So queen b3, yeah, black goes e6. It feels a little bit counterintuitive having to play e6 here, as it kind of kills off your light squared bishop. But I guess there's probably no other way for black to finish developing. What about knight a5 here? Knight a5, queen. Okay, queen is not going to go to a4 because that just runs into an active defense of bishop d7. So I guess queen c2 and bishop g4. This is not a thing apparently. Nobody has tried this before. I guess because knight e5 and the bishop is going to get hit. At the same time, if bishop moves out to h5, yeah, there's going to be e4, and and the bishop is actually absolutely necessary for black to not lose on the spot. As you can tell, yeah, black is getting hit from the queen side, and the king is just going to die. So I guess Benjamin knows exactly what's up, as he goes e6 and just finishes the development like so. Once again, it feels a little bit unpleasant. Okay, so here bishop d7 could have been played, would have been a pretty common move. There has been a game like this where black played e5 here. Surprise. Honestly, I would expect something like knight e5, queen b6. I was hoping that I could just go ahead and trade my light squared bishop for that knight, so that I don't have to worry about the bishop being blocked by my own pawn chain. But yeah, not meant to be. Queen b6 deals with that, so I guess that's why black played e5, and this just kind of feels like some kind of prep once again, because it looks ugly. Once again, black gets an isolated pawn on d5. Okay, bishop, yeah, okay, this is definitely 100% that this is an opening prep, and yet white won the game. Would you look at that? Wow. Takes on b6. Bishop e2. Actually, black is better here. As we can see, takes. I guess just rook ac. Yeah, okay. Yeah, black has an isolated pawn on d5, but white has a whole bunch of doubled pawns. So yeah, this should just kind of cancel out. So yeah, this was yeah, Benjamin has actually been spending quite some time here. So maybe he is not all that prepared now. As I'm looking at his time use, right? He spent 10 minutes on e6. He spent 13 minutes on bishop d6. So the kind of moves that you would pretty much make right away. And he spent 11 minutes, or no, it's more like 10 minutes on rook b8, which yeah, it's not something. Yeah, rook e8. Yeah, this position is just in general going to be unpleasant for black to play. It's solid, it's safe, but the bishop on c8, in comparison to the bishop on e2, right? You can see that this bishop can only move to d7, and this bishop can move not to many more squares, but at least it's going to be more useful, let's say, on d3 than black's bishop is going to be on d7. So okay, so Benjamin correctly goes for the e5 breakthrough. Looks like e5 is the way to go on these types of positions, even though it leaves black with an annoying isolated pawn on d5. With correct and precise play, black should be able to trade it away, right? So I think black's main plan now becomes just playing d4 and getting rid of the isolated pawn. Because if this ever goes into the endgame, black will suffer, right? This pawn is a weakness, so black needs to be very mindful of that. It looks like the stream is looking good. No dropped frames, nothing. Great job to my laptop. Привіт, Паша. Добрий день. Okay, let's see what else. I think we should probably go ahead and take a look at some of the women's games. And yeah, so in the women's section, India is basically dominating the field, right? So India has basically 100% win rate, more or less, with them winning matches with a relatively big lead so far for every round. So let's take a look at some of their games because they're clearly feeling it. They're doing very well. Okay, so Queen's Gambit declined, as standard as it can be. Also very common to see White trading their bishop away for the f6 knight, even though, like, in retrospect, this choice is somewhat questionable as it gives up the bishop pair. But once again, because of the closed nature of this pawn structure, it makes somewhat more sense for White to do this, given the bishop remains on c8, which it usually doesn't here, because Black gets to play e5. And this is still a well-known territory with plenty of games being played. And as it seems that over here, maybe bishop g4 was, but still f3. Yeah, so the thing is that here, while Black does manage to finish developing, White could likely start an immediate pawn push, which White is doing, but not as aggressively as I thought they would. Maybe it's like f4 right away, and then e4, e5. Or maybe this is just too fast. Yeah, I feel like this is just going to be too fast because, yeah, there's going to be stuff on e-file. Yeah, okay, I agree. Maybe we should take it a bit more slowly, but White will have a small edge in these types of positions because of their pawn majority on the king side, and because of Black's inability to do the same on the queen side. It's way more difficult for Black to push their queen side pawns than it is for White to push their king side pawns. So yeah, you see Harika just taking it as carefully as possible, getting ready to play e4 and f4, making sure that there's no checks on g4 or anything. Yeah, I honestly I enjoy her opening choice. This position is easy to play for White and not so easy to play for Black. Right, Black always has to be careful on how to not allow White to seize space, right? Because if the pawns reach these positions, Black will start suffocating. And this is why it is quite tricky here. And while the reality is such that this intangible advantage shouldn't be enough for White to win off of, it's easier said than done. Like you have to be precise. You have to make proper decisions in a potential time trouble. Like actually, it's happening, right? Player with Black pieces has only 23 minutes left, and she still needs to make 21 moves. That's crazy. That's basically one minute per move on average if she wants to make it on time, without relying on a 30-second increment. And that's just crazy. I don't think anyone can do that. Anyone, well, in classical, it should be impossible to be playing that fast. Like she'll have to make it work, right? But it's very likely that she's going to be playing on increments at some point. All right, board number 2. It's a similar structure, but this feels like Rogozin. No, this was actually this was Bogo Indian. How did they get the same? Oh, okay. So see, you see the common techniques in most openings. Once again, even in this position, Black is experiencing difficulties with the light squared bishop. Goes ahead, plays e5, and we get essentially the same structure yet again. Although this time, the bishop did manage to get out immediately. Maybe even just trading it away for the knight would make sense. And White has a little bit of a trouble fighting for the d file because a3 is always hanging, right? So rook d1, actually not even this is a mistake. I wonder why. This is 0-0-0. I'm not sure why that's rook a1. Oh yeah, rook a1, and then okay, white gets to get their missing pawn back immediately. Okay, so, and that's fine. It's okay. But once again, similar pawn structure, similar plans. Also here, white. I'm not sure if it's a good thing that white has more of their queenside pawns advanced. I feel like it probably isn't, but we'll see how it goes. Divya. Okay, this feels like some kind of Caro. Okay, no, it's French. Advanced French. Okay, advanced French, and then it's gonna be probably the rookie one line where white sacrifices a pawn. Yes, rookie one. I've looked at this line myself a while back because I've seen some cool games where white would just give up the pawn. Yeah, white just doesn't take it back. Yeah, so white just said, "Oh, please take on c3." This opens up possibilities for some bishop a3s. This opens up possibilities for some c4s. The b file becomes available for white rook to occupy. So the game becomes way more dynamic as opposed to your usual boring, advanced French stuff. Okay, 95. Yeah, here comes rook b1. Yeah, well, the ancient will always show some kind of equality, but once again, we can't be looking at the ancients evaluations in positions like these because a draw will probably be the last thing that happens in this game. Let me tell you that. So, compensation. It's tough to play down material, right? You have to be extremely precise. You have to be on point. You have to be very efficient with how, where, and when you put your pieces on certain squares. So Divya, going for this line means that she's confident enough in her abilities to apply maximum pressure on her opponent. And, with this clearly being a surprise for black, now Divya has a 20-minute time advantage, which should definitely help her make the right choices. All right, Tanya Stajdev against Anna Sargsyan. And what happened here? This was Italian game with a more standard bishop c5 response. Okay, this is the Italian game I'm kind of used to seeing. Yes, so black plays h6 just to not have to worry about the bishop g5 stuff. White plays bishop e3, takes on a7, and just the position kind of whoa, wait a second, wait a minute. So the first thing that I'm excuse me. The first thing that I'm kind of surprised about is not seeing black take, and then white taking on a7 on a7 herself. Usually, if either side refuses to trade bishops, they just remain stationary until either black takes on e3 or white plays d4. Oh yeah, so this is a first surprise, and looks like there have been no games really in this line. Because, yeah, once again, there's one game here where black took on e3. The game ended in a draw. But black ignored it and then played knight h5, which is, once again, it makes a lot of sense now as the white's dark squared bishop is gone. f4 is a bit more vulnerable, so black is looking forward to planting their knight there. Potentially with a follow-up like this. And 95, yeah, 95 is a critical choice. For sure, because yeah, this doesn't win white anything, and it helps black bring their knight to d3. I guess this was Anna's point that taking on b2. Well, first of all, the knight is not coming back, right? It's probably gone, but also white has immediate compensation because of the dynamic attack on the king side. It looks like that's not what's happening here. So why is the knight why is white getting a big advantage here? Because I was looking at queen e2, which fails to a4, and the next move is going to be a3, helping black defend the knights. It's actually not going to get lost. Maybe it's just white playing a4. Maybe just white playing a4, and then the knight is trapped. Okay, understood. So obviously black not falling into it. Knight f4, queen g5. Yeah, it looks like it feels like everything is falling into place for black here. They got a strong knight, pretty good queen on g5, you know, attacking the g2, attacking the h3, forcing white to make defensive moves with king h1. It's not something white is gonna, you know, is gonna be happy about, right? If you're white, you need to be, you're naturally, you know, are able to apply a lot of pressure because you begin the game, you start, you know, you get an extra move to play with, so you should be the one applying pressure. So I'm sure that it kind of feels bad having to make moves with king h1. Yeah, white's pieces are just, in general, are getting pushed back. Rook a8, I love the idea that maybe the way black is going to play this is with like rook a e8 and f5, trying to apply more pressure in the center slash king side. Seems like f5. It seems like Tanya is trying to play f5, with, you know, with all the benefits. No, not quite sure if that's gonna work out for her. Is there a g3 now? Just checking. So black can't take. Okay, so the knight is not gonna get trapped because it's just bishop d7 and it's safe. Wow. Okay. Yeah, it's hard to advise white much. Maybe just queen g3 and just trying to go for the endgame. But once again, black has no problems. So yeah, not quite sure about this. Looks like white has probably overestimated how good this position is going to be, and you know, might be facing some trouble. Okay. Do I think that Magnus will have an early win? What's happening at Magnus's game? Last time we checked that I wouldn't say a quick win. He will probably end up winning, but okay, so we already have a draw between Grandmaster Vasily So and Grandmaster Kirill Shevchenko. It looks like, so this is where we left off, and Vasily was in a deep thought. It looks like maybe he was just remembering his lines, and they're still following the game. They're still following the game. Okay, queen e1 was a deviation. Vasily played queen g6, which was correct. And oh my god. Okay, yeah. Move 30. The players did make it to the move limit, because as far as I know, the Olympiad has Sophia rules where you can't. I'm not sure, I could be wrong here, but there might be Sophia rules where you can't offer a draw until you reach move 30. Once again, I could be wrong, so don't quote me on this. But yeah, they've reached this move 30 threshold, and after just rook takes f5, it's a drawish opposite color bishop endgame. So Magnus's game, yeah? Let's take a look. Magnus is now significantly better. This is the position we left off on, where I thought that knight e1 is a possibility, but Magnus surprisingly goes for bishop to d3. Makes sense, right? Trying to slightly improve his bishop. Bishop before bishop e3. Okay, so if black wanted to castle long, this would be a good time. Also, it is not recommended, as white also has a breakthrough c4 available to him right now. So yeah, I feel like castling long would be akin suicide. Yeah. No, okay. Once again, in these kinds of positions, black king will probably be staying in the center. And yeah, we do see Magnus finally moving the f knight away and getting ready to play f4. Anytime now? Okay, so he doesn't play f4. I wonder if playing f4 is as good of an idea as I think it is. It's not bad. But where could he have gone differently? Because at this point, c3, the engine believes that c3 was not necessary. Yeah, makes sense. I don't think black wants to take on d2. Once again, this is the kind of piece trade that should favor white in the long run, because white is trying to play f4 and the g5 will suffer. So the fact that white is helping black bring the bishop back and defend the g5 probably plays into black's favor. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. So knight f8 is a move that anticipates the capture. If white captures on d5, black will capture back with an e-pawn and plant the e6 onto a semi-outpost. Why do I call it a semi-outpost? Well, because white still has a pawn that can potentially kick the knight out, but the pawn has a really difficult time getting through the f4, right? Once white plays f4, which by the way is a correct move. not that make bad moves. Take with a bishop, knight e6, maybe something like queen h5. Yeah, looks like despite of how solid it looks for black, like everything is defended. It's just yeah, the pawn structure is bad. I feel like the f file is the main issue here. Maybe I'm missing something. Oh yeah, bishop g3. Yep. Knight g6. Boom. So, in the end of the day, playing this way would just be a blunder on black side, but once again, probably not going to happen. Taking a d5 and allowing the e6 to appear, the e6 square to become available for the knight, might be something that Magnus will strongly consider and reconsider, because it's a critical choice that he is making here. If he is wrong, chances are that he is just helping his opponent out, right? So, while taking it is objectively best, as we can see by the engine's valuation, Magnus may decide to wait a little bit with this capture, and he may try to improve his position otherwise, maybe with something like queen h5, kind of getting ready to take on f4 back with a rook. Okay, so yeah, Magnus is just good. Magnus is good, yeah. f4 will essentially transpose after capture, and then eventually he will be taking on d5, probably trying to break the pawn structure. So well, the f4 plan is pretty common, right? So it's not surprising to me that he actually ends up playing f4 instead of taking on d5 first, because you know you're going to be playing f4, right? Since you know that's something you're going to be doing, why not do it now and then save yourself some time thinking about other possibilities once your opponent shows you how he's going to react to this breakthrough. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thanks. Wait, affiliate anniversary. Does it mean that Lichess has been affiliated with Twitch for a certain number of years, I guess? Is that what it means? Anyway, let's see. Let us take a look at the Ukrainian team. Ukraine is currently playing Montenegro, where Andrei Volokhitin is doing quite well against Grandmaster Denis Kadrich. I've had a pleasure of knowing and playing Denis quite a few times here, since he was a member of a rival chess school for quite some time, and we faced off quite a few times during both team and individual chess tournaments here in the US. He always strikes me as a very cool guy, a pretty good chess player, you know, amazing player. So yeah, I think this is also a position that I've had myself. This happens in in Petrov sometimes. And the trick here is to make sure that everything gets traded away on the e-file, which is tough to do, but looks like Denis is going to manage. Oh, he goes for some questionable choice here, which is to play f5. I'm not sure if I'm agreeing with that. So he doesn't wanna trade. What would be the correct move here? So maybe playing g5. Yeah, playing g5 just feels overly aggressive, you know? Like, you know, there was a world champion who said that pawns are the soul of a chess game. And what it also means that once you make certain modifications, once you move your pawns up, you can never take those moves back, right? Once the state of your soul changes, it's very hard to revert it. So, well, actually in this case it's impossible because pawns don't move or capture backwards. So the moves of g5 are extremely weakening, and you should have a very good reason behind making moves such as g5. And I don't think I like Black's decision to begin expanding on the king side where their king is. It just feels maybe Dennis looked at games of some of his other teammates and felt that just making a draw and playing it safe is not going to be good enough, and he is just now trying to win, which once again may backfire for him. Just kind of trying to see what's going on here. I mean, Black's position is quite exposed, and there is a weakness on d5, but just wow. Hello, Dennis. Yes, it's a channel affiliate anniversary, but how many years? It doesn't say. Board 2 in Norway versus Iran match is weird. Okay, let's take a look. Board 2. Oops, that's board 3, that's board 2. Uh-huh. Wow. That position happened from... Okay, well, listen. I have personally analyzed the Queen a5 a long time ago. But the thing is, yeah, Queen a5 is a weird move. Queen a5 was... But I'm talking like 5-6 years ago. Queen a5 used to be like an engine recommendation, where if black, yeah, if white takes on c5, the key is that you don't, well, first of all, you don't want to, obviously you don't want to take back with a bishop because there's going to be b4 and you lose a piece, but you go back to c7 and you kind of flip the c5 pawn for the e5 pawn. And the engine, yeah, I feel like this is also one of those positions that's kind of tough for black to play, but as you can see, it's not a very well-known sideline. And Grandmaster Tabatabai Amin has clearly been phased by this line because he's been down approximately 50 minutes on the clock. Okay, no, it's 40. Okay, my mathematics are not on point today. And yet this is still one of those positions that is tough, more tough for black to play. Despite how good of a player you are, yeah, chances are, you see, okay, this was an opening prep, and black has successfully reached this position that's not only just worse, but once again is also very tough to play because, you know, your king is on castle. You are up material, but you will have to play, you know, without the ability to castle after white inevitably goes knight d6 and plants the bishop on d6. You know, it's unpleasant. I wouldn't advise. Okay, so white took on c5, which is a mistake. They should have just, once again, ignored this. Bishop c5 feels like it's helping black, yeah. So dynamically speaking, I would just let the b4 pawn die. I feel like he just Tabatabai just thought that, okay, well, why do I need to keep giving up pawns? Like, let's not do that here. Let's like relax a little bit and capture the c5, but that loses momentum, which still sees white having a slightly better position, even though they're down a pawn. The compensation is just so severe that they're okay. So yeah, I don't like this line for black. I've analyzed it myself, and I came to a conclusion that it's not worth the trouble because it's hard to play. There's too many engine lines that you have to remember to just be okay as black. And I had actually a couple of my students to whom I showed this line. They tried it and they lost many games. It didn't work for them either. So that's the story. But yeah, it's kind of funny to see this line being played at the current Olympiad. You were hoping nobody would ask, and in the end, it's the streamer that asks. Yeah, well, kind of feels natural for me to ask because everyone is posting the message. I'm like, okay, well, cool, happy affiliate anniversary, but how many years? Like, okay, yeah, it's an anniversary, but what kind? How long has has it been? You don't honestly know? What? How? How is that possible? Okay, so bishop c5 was played. Yeah, see, white losing momentum by capturing on c5 actually brings their compensation to a halt. I guess 96 is what we're gonna see. Takes. I feel like this is how black is gonna escape. No, not like this. Apparently, I have no idea. Yeah, and once again, just shows you that it's very difficult to. Yeah, see normal moves like knight c5. They don't work. There's always going to be queen d6 or rook c1. So essentially, you're playing. You can't castle. You're just playing chess. You without a castle. Your king is on e8. Is that what you do? No. Yeah, I don't know, guys. Honestly, I have no idea how black is supposed to be playing this. It just doesn't feel right. I don't want to be playing against a bishop pair in an open position with my king on castle. Not cool. Okay, let's go back and take a look at China versus Vietnam. And this was, yeah, so d3 was the moment where we left off. Kind of realizing that maybe white's position is not as awkward as I thought in the beginning. It's again bishop pair, then correctly finding rook b1. So now it gives them an ability to play b4 once the c4 and d3 pawns get traded away, which they do, as we can see. Queens come off the board. Limp picks up the pawn on a4. Very, very unusual. Then offers Ding to win it right back, but I guess at the cost of his bishop pair. So yeah, it looks like Ding does have a little bit of pressure here going on. There's a bishop pair, pretty active position overall. Knight is applying a lot of pressure against this bishop on f6. The only piece that's not being used right now is the rook on b1. Maybe that's something that Ding can look forward to solving. But let's say that e5 happens. What do we and then it's just something like this, I guess. But yeah, it's too solid. Also, there is knight g4, knight h6. So I might have missed something along the way for white here. Maybe taking an a5 instead. But this is now an easy draw, as b2 falls also, and it's an opposite color bishop position. So nothing really to hope for there for white. How do we deal with knight e5? Apparently knight e5 is not even the best move. And yet I'm not quite sure. Maybe bishop f4, something crazy. No, but this is just bad, yeah? Here. Bishops are not happy. How do we deal with knight e5? Taking on f6 is the way. But now the engine slowly starts realizing that maybe white's advantage is not as clear as it originally thought it was. Yeah, but white is still down a pawn here, yeah? Not easy. Not easy, not simple, but, I have quite a few ways for black to go wrong, as I can see. So yeah, definitely going to be an interesting game from now on. Let's see. Keep it close. Keep a close eye on this. Parham Magnus game has gone wrong. Let's take a look. f4, knight f5, bishop g1. So far nothing wrong, right? Magnus does end up taking on d5 and takes on f4. So this is the structure that we have analyzed previously, and we said that black is going to be the one in trouble because of the weakness of the f7 pawn here. And Black King kind of wants to stay in the center for this exact reason, just kind of helping Black defend f7. This, yeah, I would say this was to be expected. I wouldn't say that anything has gone wrong. Once again, because Black couldn't really avoid this once Magnus played f4. So yeah, I would say this is normal. The f7 is so loose, yeah. Yeah. That's why I like Magnus's position here. And the only thing I don't like is that he has 24 minutes on his clock. So let's see how he can handle the time pressure. You know, that's the ultimate test. Well, besides making good moves, you're also tested on many other fronts. One of them being how you can handle yourself if you do end up low. My apologies. I'm not quite sure what just happened, but I just had a massive frame drop spike. Actually, my OBS disconnected a couple of times. Once again, my sincere apologies for this. I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure what happened here. But it looks like we're back. Oh boy, it is definitely on my hello. This hasn't happened over the past couple of days, and once again, I'm trying my very best to minimize the damage, but I'm kind of wondering what does this? It's just I'm running the internet speed tests, and my upload speed is non-existent. So my internet just, it's, I guess, a serious issue on my internet provider's side. I would strongly prefer it to not be the case, because first Lichess had issues with the server providers. Now I'm having an issue with an internet provider. Oh well. I hope the stream now works as intended. Let me go ahead and refresh the streams page. It's working, but I'm just gonna keep my fingers crossed that it doesn't happen again. Once again, it's just up. I ran the internet speed test, and it was, the internet is really bad. But anyway, I'm gonna keep an eye on it and hope it doesn't happen again. Because once again, it's something I myself wouldn't be able to fix, since it's not really an issue with my software or hardware, but an issue with my internet service provider. Oof, okay. Anyway, so black ends up playing e5, which once again is a very standard way of solving the light squared issue, the light squared bishop issue. Bunch of trades happen. Bunch more, oh my god, bunch more trades happen, but here black goes for bishop b8, kinda eyeing this long diagonal, and Grandmaster Yu Yangui kind of ends up believing black and going for queen f3. Very interesting. So yeah, white is actually currently under pressure, with white essentially just refusing a draw offer. Right? So these moves are basically a draw offer, because white can go back, I think, and still be okay. And yet, yeah, player with white pieces is much higher rated, so it's understandable that he doesn't want to draw here. But f4, obviously f4 is a double-edged sword, as it weakens white's position significantly. So here, white does need to be very careful about how they approach this. I think bishop e1 is attempting a sneaky threat of knight takes d5. So now if bishop h7, I think white does have knight takes d5, yeah, and they win, because queen takes d5 runs into bishop h7, and knight takes d5, I guess, runs into queen takes h7, and the king begins running, and that's not going to end well for it. So here, yeah, this is a tricky part. Bishop e1, and the Vietnamese grandmaster is now in a deep thought. Understandably so, because yeah, I'm pretty sure he sees the knight d5 threat. Maybe something like bishop. Yeah, bishop e6 feels wrong, right? We don't want to be closing in the e file, especially because we have so much pressure against the e3. Maybe something like g6 here. Also no, huh? Too weakening, I guess. I guess h6. I guess it has to be h6. Yes, so just h6. Knight takes d5 now doesn't work because of simple knight captures d5, and black ends up winning a piece. Although when you're getting attacked on the king side, it's naturally more difficult making moves like h6, because you feel like it might be a bit too weakening. Also, as we can see in this case, it's a must. All right, so I would say that in this game anything can happen, but the Chinese players seem to be kind of losing their cool a little bit. Well, let's hope they don't overpush. Maybe let's hope they do. We're gonna have more decisive results then. And board number 4, in their match. Oh yes, it was a sideline in Rogozin. And as we can see, black didn't go for e5, which would be standard, but instead they went for an e5 c5, which now starts giving me off some Greenfield vibes. With white, yeah, white taking an aggressive stance on things, which is just expanding, and actually this pawn structure reminds me of was having the bishop on d3. It reminds me of Stonewall. Fortunately for white, there is nothing black can plant on either one of these squares, so this expansion actually feels more natural in this case. And black, yeah, black had something to show for it, or something to say about that, because as we can see, black immediately plays f5, trying to close things in. Once again, white is taking a lot of risk here with these expansions. Yeah, the g4, the f4, weakens the position quite a bit, but if it works out, it's going to be very rewarding. So let's see how it pans out. Looks like the ancient doesn't believe that this is going to work for white, but when humans play against each other, you never know. Both players are basically in the same boat, having approximately 28 minutes to make the next 17 moves. All right, so once again, the match in board 1 is anyone's game at this point. I would say that overall, Chinese players currently have a slight tiny bit of edge, because Ding is pressuring Lim, and on board 4, Wang Yu is having a proper defensive setup against Tran Tran Min, and you know, in these kinds of cases, it's very easy to overpush and kind of you know kind of lose because of it. But you know, we'll see what happens. Maybe White will, you know, pull the plug on time on their attack once he realizes it doesn't work out, and maybe he will just start looking for a possibility to escape with a draw, which sometimes happens. You know, it's not always going to be going in your favor. Certain ideas and plans that you choose may not, you know, may not work out the way you expected them to, and that's okay. You know, all you can do is just kind of try to adapt and you know, work with what you got. If you're worse, try to survive. You know, so what other matches are there? So this Magnus's game, nothing new happened. We still have the same position, although Parham Maksudlu is spending quite a bit of time getting himself closer to Magnus's clock on the 9-minute difference now, which also works very nicely for Magnus, because the more your opponent thinks, the more time you can spend thinking, you know, at the at their cost. So now I'm pretty sure if Magnus is at the board here, which we can see that he is, and he is definitely spending this time trying to figure things out as his opponent is in a deep thought. All right. Some other, actually, yeah, okay, so there has been a development in Tabatabai's game where, yeah, he didn't quite feel the dynamic nature of this position, and started, yeah, making some really solid moves like castling and not trying to apply enough pressure on his opponent. So now what ends up happening is that White is just down upon with Black almost having their development finished. That's not ideal. It means that Black is going to be the one pressuring, and that's, yeah, that was a very tame way for Tabatabai to, you know, to play this position, and it's kind of unusual to see, you know, such reaction, especially when you sacrifice yourself, right? So this was Tabatabai going for a pawn sacrifice on his own accord, which means that I thought that he was fully prepared to play this position dynamically without much regard for material, and yet he decides to opt out last minute and goes into more of a positional play, which goes against the spirit of his initial choice. Okay. What else can we look at? How about we take a look at some of the games from Uzbekistan versus Israel match? This felt like King's Indian, but no, it's just Italian. Felt like a King's Indian game, but no, what we got here is a3, c3. What is that? Why is that? Maybe it's because c3 immediately might have ran into knight a5. Yeah, okay, so the bishop would have to take a long route and hide on c2 in this case. So a3, making sure the bishop will be safe on a2, and then c3. Okay, this takes such a long time to just for a simple d4 breakthrough. Once again, chess is an amazing game. Like you would think that people would not do this, but people wouldn't do it this way. It's just slow, unnatural, feels wrong, and yet it works, you know? It works. Position is closed. You're not gonna get punished for wasting a move. And yeah, now we basically just have, well, it's not exactly a King's Indian structure, because in King's Indian the bishop would have been flankered on g7, right? But the structure overall is Black having played f5 and trading on e4, opening up the f file for potential play. Yeah, I don't like this for Black. It feels passive. It feels like White just kind of has a whole bunch of pressure going on. Like h6 is funny because the bishop is trying to come out through h7. Also taking care of the g5 square at the same time, so that's funny. I've never seen a bishop getting developed like this before, so another proof that chess is an amazing game. A lot of cool things can happen, things that you are not used to seeing, and there's always something new. Despite everything that some people have said about chess being a drawish game, and while they are correct, you know, was a perfect play from each side. It will be a draw 100% of the time, but people are the ones who make it exciting. It's exciting to watch people play chess, and not soulless machines. You know, we are the ones who make the game, who shape the game into what it is, and it's up to us to make it exciting for ourselves and for everyone else. Hello from Minnesota. Oh, hi. Hello to Minnesota as well. Been there. Great place. Well, mostly been in, yeah, Minnesota. Yeah, I've been in Minnesota. Been to Minneapolis a couple of times with my friends. Been to Twin Cities, I think. There was a Twin Cities Open. I think I played there once. Very cool. Okay, let's see what happened. All right, so maybe taking a look at some of these games from the US versus Romania match would make some sense. Yeah, so as I kind of suspected, from this position on, a whole bunch of pieces got traded away, and nothing really happened. Well, besides maybe white activating the rook on c7 for the time being. Also, it's going to be very short-lived, as after f6, rook d7, the rook will be pushed back. Or it's just rook c8. Okay, why am I like this? Just play rook c8, Ilya. Why are you overcomplicating things? Yeah, white is trying. White is definitely trying to win some advantage in the pawn structure department, but not enough. Not enough. Black is just gonna play b6 and just sit and do nothing. There should never be enough possibilities for white to break through here. So I feel like it's going to be safe to assume that we have a draw here on our hands, and that's cool because that means that both of the US boards having black pieces will draw, leaving themselves with some possibilities for the players with white pieces. And actually, surprisingly, very surprised to see Aronian actually going for the c5 plan. Also here, he has a good reason for that, because the e5 is vulnerable. So he goes for a quick play against the e5 pawn and gets himself into this pawn structure where he's going to definitely try to undermine the c6. The question is when. He's going to try. Okay, so he's beginning to prepare. He has bishop a4, rook on c1. He's preparing the b5, and yet he is constantly being pulled back by black's counterplay. So now I guess knight e3 can happen. And yeah, so black is playing it in the correct manner, because if all black did was just defending against the b5 plan, chances are that white would still end up playing b5 at some point, because it's so hard for black to stop it, as white has an amazing knight on an outpost in d4. So very dynamic game, pretty cool. Nisipiano is facing some possibilities for time trouble, and once again, as the games proceed to move on into a late middle game / early in game, and some people beginning to struggle with their time management, that's when we're gonna end up seeing the most action. Okay, well, Fabi is just very good when it comes to forcing his opponents to make mistakes, I guess, because this is where we left off, kind of claiming that black's position is quite solid, and yet Fabi playing this aggressively on the queen side, once again advancing his pawns, having the pawns all located on light squares, because there is no light squared bishop, so this is quite favorable for white now. We see Bogdan Daniel beginning to make some poor choices, although it doesn't feel like black is really doing anything wrong, because once again the position is having, position has closed pawn structure, and the knights should be doing quite well, as opposed to white having the dark squared bishop. But here, yeah, Bogdan plays knight f4, which actually gives Fabi a chance to take on f4 and tries for something. Maybe actually knight e2 is what attracts the engine so much, because the knight can be transferred to maybe all the way to f5 even. This looks mildly annoying, to say the least, right? The knight on f5 just feels overwhelming to black pieces. Actually, the queen is now stuck because the knight is on f5. So this might have been a tiny bit of a missed chance by Fabi, but looks like his opponent is still insisting on keeping the knight on f4, which, as we could see from before, is not exactly what black is supposed to be doing. Also, knight f5 misses out on a chance, and the kind of chance I'm not quite seeing just yet. Why is white so much better here? Do you guys have any suggestions? Let's see. Let's try to figure this one out together. So white has a big advantage. We know that's what's happening. Within the next 5 minutes, let's try to all figure out how can white seize that advantage. Like, I refuse to believe that that's d5. I refuse to believe it, and it's actually d5. But it's so close though now. Like, okay, yes, we have a monstrous knight on f5. Is it because because we're also starting to threaten like g3, and this knight has nowhere to go. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's why rook f6 is better. At f5. You see, while engine believes that white has a big advantage here, at some point black may just kill this knight, and we'll actually have no piece to help us break through this immovable pawn chain that black has built. And that's what concerns me. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't go for this just because we're afraid of some hypothetical situation. But that could be the case, and that's probably why Fabi is currently thinking long and hard and kind of deciding whether he wants to invest himself into this idea that locking things will actually benefit him in the long run, as opposed to making his job harder, right? Because once again, Fabi has a bishop, his opponent has a knight. Locking things down, it goes against the spirit of the position, because naturally you would try to open things up when you have bishops on your side. And yeah, this is why I guess it's just a difficult positional decision to just play d5, accept the fact that, okay, I'm going to play for restriction as opposed to trying and breaching through this black's pawn chain and opening up my own bishop. So there should be a change of plans. Sometimes that's something you have to do, right? Sometimes you decide to do one thing, but then your opponent reacts in an unusual manner, and then you like, oh wait, so now as my opponent did this, maybe my original plan is no longer as effective. Maybe I can try to do something else because my opponent played in this certain manner. So this feels like that's exactly what's happening here with Fabi getting new possibilities with d5 knight f5, kind of just trying to play for a restriction and remove as much space from his opponent as he can. Very nice. Let's hope that Fabi finds this. I am obviously rooting for Team USA, as just like these people in general. They're very nice, very pleasant to be around. I wish them well. I hope they win. Okay, so I think with that being said, I'm probably going to be slowly beginning to take a break. The reason for why I'm taking it now is because I don't want to take too long, so I'm going to try to be back within the next 5 to 10 minutes, and I would like to catch the action, right? Because if I feel like if I'm back within the next 10 minutes, I will be catching most of the games as they go into their finale. So that's the plan. So if you guys excuse me, I will be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. And while I'm gone, I'm going to leave you in this multi-boards scene. Be right back. What? Have you how long have you guys been in this scene? My deepest apologies. I don't know why the scene suddenly changed. Um yeah, okay, well, we already have a draw. So anyway, what's happening? Once again, I'm back. Sorry. I promise you I did not change the scene. Sorry for keeping you guys waiting. But yeah, looks like Levon has already drawn. Is everything working? Okay. Looks like it. Okay, so Levon has already drawn Livio, Dieter, and Cipriano, and yeah, this is how it happened. Once again, I guess Levon couldn't figure out a way to keep fighting. Staking seems a bit too dangerous, although, you know, I feel like complications at this stage of the game would probably favor Aronian, well, given he thought that maybe he could make bishop c6 work, but once again, it's scary, right? When you have to deal with your opponent's pieces just coming in and attacking you like this, like it gets really hard to calculate. So I don't blame him for his choice to not go for these complications, but there seems to be a way to maintain some levels of maybe just taking on c4. Yeah, taking on c4 is an interesting choice here, but once again, may not necessarily be all that clear. It would be a try. I feel like Levon's decision might have been playing it a bit too safe, especially because he was up on time quite a bit. By this point, his opponent only has about 11 minutes, right? So actually in this case, uh, the repetition of the position forced Livio Dieter to lose more time, right? So he actually spent over 8 minutes to make this repetition happen, having 13 moves left until the time control. And this actually feels like a prime spot for Levon to go for some complications, because you know the more you have to calculate when the time trouble is approaching, the weaker your calculations get, obviously, because you know you just start running out of time. So do you have a cat? No, I don't have any animals. I didn't have any, you know, I have no one staying with me right now. It's just me. No animals, no nothing. So it just kind of happened on its own. I don't have any hotkeys. Plus, you know, I wouldn't have access to the keyboard either way. So this is really strange. This didn't happen before. Never happened before, actually. But at least I'm seeing that at least the no more dropped frames, no more OBS just going offline randomly. At least that's good. I'm a trailblazer. I guess. All right. So this is a okay. So honestly, yeah, to be expected. You see, so Fabi, after a relatively long thought, Fabi didn't. I wonder if he considered d5. It would be interesting to hear his side of the story here once the game is over. I'm not sure if or how often are players interviewed, but it looks like he decides to go for a slightly safer choice, and this sees black having some weak pawns, but a lot of counterplay. Like the e4 is always going to be struggling, kinda. The g file may at some point be used by black pieces. So all in all, an understandable choice by Fabi, but as we can see, the black actually has a lot of play here, and you know, white will probably be overwhelmed having to defend themselves at some point, and that kind of is going to take away from the ability of, you know, from the white's ability to punish all these weaknesses in black's position, right? Because if you can't focus on being aggressive, then then the weaknesses are irrelevant if you can't punish them. And raise game, yeah, raise game will have a draw anytime now. Okay, so this right now this actually feels a lot like a 2-2 tie that we're looking at here, unless Fabi performs some kind of magic trick and flips the tables upside down, as the advantage that he has here is minimal at best, right? But obviously it's gonna all depend on how well his opponent will navigate through his play on both G and E files. Let's take a look at Lim's game. So it looks like Lim has successfully figured things out, and as I predicted, knight e5 did happen, and after this trade, bishop g5 was played, and we see a bunch of trades where Lim ends up losing his extra pawn, but in the meantime gets a very comfortable equal position. And actually, even here, I feel like he might even be going for slight pressure, since h6 is now separated from the rest of the crowd. It looks like Lim should be able to at least survive. And wow, board 3 has some developments, with Le Tuanming finding h6 correctly, and then beginning to play against the e3 pawn. Actually, here the bishop went to c6, which it can be somewhat helpful in case black is trying to play knight e4, or even maybe sometimes even d4, opening things up against the white's king. Knight got transferred to d4. Obviously, black is not going to be putting up with it. You know, it just immediately removes it from the equation by capturing. White goes for f5. I feel like queen e5 would have been probably an interesting choice here. Although, yeah, I feel like there's probably no need for black to get his queen into any kind of predicament here. And it feels like by keeping the queen on the e file, that's exactly what's gonna happen. Maybe just go away and play something like knight e4, and just be having a comfortable position. Once white trades this, it becomes nearly impossible for white to win. Probably also nearly impossible for black to win, because the position gets into a close nature, and there's going to be a lot of pawn chains that neither one of the sides will likely be able to break through. So that's that. Also looks quite solid for both sides. And obviously, I feel like this is going to be the key game where a Chinese player is ahead a little bit according to his engine, but once again, anything can change. This is sport. Chess is a sport, so there's a lot of human factors involved in these games, and it looks like at least they're keeping up on time with each other, right? So both sides have approximately 16 to 13 minutes, and yeah, it looks like black has a perfect setup to prepare himself against the d5 push. Once d5 comes to pass, there might be some b5 undermining ideas, but obviously d5 ends up weakening a lot of dark squares, so black can just take it slowly for the time being, occupying these weak squares, and then eventually going for the b5. d5 was played. Apparently, d5 was a poor choice by white, but it's hard to recommend something else. I'm not gonna lie, because it feels like we will eventually be forced to play d5, as d4 is going to be under constant pressure from the black pieces. Maybe queen e5 would have been it. Yeah, queen e5 is something that the engine prefers the most. Actually, taking with an f-pawn seems to be best, because black can't ignore the d5 e6 threat. So I guess just taking on d4, taking on 5, and taking on c4. Yeah, it's not pleasant, as you can see, having to give up material going into the endgame, and kind of suffering for a draw for the rest of it is not something that white was looking forward to. And instead, the materialistic mindset kicks in. White attempts to save the pawn by pushing it up, but that in turn creates a lot of weaknesses. And I feel like in the end of the day, white still be losing that pawn after black breaks through with b5. So looking good for the Chinese team. Looking like there is a pretty good chance that black will win this game. A fairly good chance that both of board 1 and board 3 games will end in a draw. And so with this victory, given the Chinese board 4 will win, with this victory, China will be probably a sole leader of the event. Obviously, given that that there's going to be a match tie in India versus Hungary. Nothing too crazy has happened. So Report is trying. He's attempting some breakthroughs that will potentially help his bishops become more useful. But as we can see, it's just too little. It's just not going to be enough to make a difference. So his game will most likely be ending in a draw anytime now. Lecco versus Prague. Lecco, as Lecco things go, sometimes he started spending quite a bit of time here. Although I like what he's been doing with his position. He's made this massive chain, all to make sure that White doesn't get to play with their bishop. And now Lecco seems to be pressuring, right? So he goes for yet another pawn chain. Actually, this funny thing is that if Black gets to play pawn to f6, it's just going to be just one massive chain that White will. I would most definitely guess that White would have at least zero chance breaking through that. And yeah, I'm not sure how Black can make progress either, though. Like it's tough to advise something. But once again, this feels like it was just like a poor opening choice by Prague here. Even though he's doing relatively okay right now, it's just that he doesn't really have much of a chance playing for a win in here. As you can tell, the position is just extremely close-natured. You know, kind of renders his bishops useless. But we'll see. There's a lot of maneuvering, a lot more maneuvering to be done, and Lecco struggling to keep up with the young Prague may end up, you know, losing out on some opportunities in the time trouble. We'll see how it goes. Here you guys see successful equality. This was the last position we saw, and yeah, as I predicted, a lot of trades are happening. Also, Black is the one trying, but yeah, it's not too much. It's just this one target, the pawn on a3, and now yeah, as the knight got rerouted to d3, I'm sure that once again we're gonna end up seeing a draw in this game. In this game, though, yeah, so Gladera played e5. This was where we left off. Queens got traded off the board, and yeah, once again, this is why I'm always so hesitant to play with an isolated pawn, because here Benjamin Gladera didn't like the prospect of him having to just keep the pawn on d5. So he played d4. It looks like it was a correct choice, getting rid of the pawn. But now White has just a better piece energy overall, and also a slightly stronger center, despite the fact that this move e4 creates a weak square on f4. Black can't really occupy it immediately, and that's, because Black has more issues at hand, which, in this case is this rook on c7. If Black attempts some stuff against the f4 square, I'm pretty sure they will quickly regret their decision, as White has a pretty strong setup on the 7th rank here. So Black gets rid of the rook, which gives White some time to bring in the king all the way over to e3, making sure that f4 is promptly taken care of. So yeah, White definitely has some pressure here. It could be that Vidit will be winning this game. Could also be losing this game. Obviously, it would involve some blunders from Vidit's side, and Vidit actually is the one who is falling way behind in terms of time management. 14 more moves to be made, only 6.5 minutes on his clock. Yeah, it's just, day in and day out, every round of the Olympiad, I see the similar topic of people mismanaging their time. Yeah. Right. Do you guys have any suggestions? So we've been looking at mostly top boards for now. Javahir Sindarov made a blender. Wow, a blender. Making blenders is tough. You have to know all the technologies. My blender fell apart. It kind of just it's a hand blunder. You hold it and then it blends, like it's just like a tall stick blunder. And it was consisting of two parts. I would have to connect them, and then it starts working. But then the screw that was actually, you know, the socket that was connecting the two parts of the blunder, something happened to it, and it no longer holds both of them together. So it's just, you know, if I want to use it, if I want to be using the blunder, I have to manually hold the two pieces together, which doesn't feel like it's the right thing to do. But you know, on a more serious note, let's actually go ahead and see what did Javahir Sindarov do, and how can he... Oh, he already lost. Okay, well, would you look at that? Okay, so this is the h4 line in King's Indian. Sindarov just immediately said noped out, played h5, making sure none of the funny business happens on that side. And actually a6, c6, b5 is a plan that I would use oftentimes against Demish. So if white plays f3 instead of knight f3, this a6, c6, b5 is oddly effective against Demish King's Indian. But here, yeah, here it's definitely quite unusual, and yet this feels okay, like feels natural, because even if black loses material, just because of the how strong his dark squared bishop becomes, it just feels like it's still gonna work out for black. Yeah. So let's take a look at what happened. How did he blunder? So here comes the blunder. I guess he blundered. What did he blunder? Oh, he blundered bishop. Oh, that's so simple though. That's so unlucky. He just blundered bishop e6. Yeah. He spent about 6 minutes for his move and blundered. That's simple. Maybe he just forgot. You know, sometimes people forget, even people players as strong as Javahir Sindarov, and he just forgot that there is a intermezzo check on e6, which costs him a piece. So yeah, really unfortunate. His position was very good. Would have been good had he found, I guess, just maybe just takes, and now e5 there's knight e6. So there's something here. Something that's not immediately catching my eye. This is not knight e5, it's just, it is knight e5 and then knight c4, I guess. Yeah, okay, well, this wasn't very simple, right? So you kind of have to make do with the fact that your rooks will be forked for a little bit. And yeah, well, you see, if white is not careful, they can even lose. Okay, let's not miss out on easy wins, shall we? Knight takes d2, threatening knight f3, discovery, threatening the bishop, the game ends. But instead, very unfortunate for Java here, who ends up blundering with knight e5. Yeah, this is this could mean a victory of the Israeli team, honestly. Like blunders like these is oftentimes what decides the overall match. So, you know, it's bad when it happens, but looks like maybe Javahir's teammates can pull up the weight. On board 4, Shamsidin Wahidov has a very clear advantage, having a good knight versus bad bishop situation, where the bishop is mostly looking into the pawn chain, and the knight has been able to quickly jump over to these weak squares and be very agile overall. So a pretty good chance for white to win this, just because how much easier it is for white to play. Once again, if the rooks ever get off the board, I feel like, yeah, probably in this case it's not as good because black gets some counterplay due to the c-file control. But all in all, queen and knight work very well with each other. So, you know, I'm having high hopes for white here. Nadirbek Yakuboyev looks like he's completely winning actually. So how did that happen? How can you be completely winning by move 30? Let's see. Okay, so we have very typical Catalan here. Nothing unusual so far. Everything is a known territory. Taking at c4 is also okay. This is quite literally one of the main lines. Yeah, both players are following a well-known ways of playing. They're still following a game between Hiller, Persson, and Blomqvist back from 2023. Yeah, position is kind of locked in, right? Black is up a pawn, but the pawn is, you can't feel it, right? It's on c4. It's not really being all that helpful. And then eventually black makes a bad choice and allows the d5 breakthrough. And it starts falling apart, yeah? Okay, so I guess this was a smart choice by white. Very, very smart choice. Forcing black into playing a position where it's kind of unclear what needs to be done, and that's cool. That's a way that I would lose a lot of games, because I would find myself playing positions where there was no clear-cut plan. It would be a lot of maneuvering, a lot of improving slowly, and I would just get impatient, and it just feels like Ido Gorstein got impatient with his c5 and is now getting punished for it. So yeah, looks like a big advantage on board 2, and an advantage for Maxim Rothstein on board 1. So we already saw that this was a quote unquote weird rather weird Lopez. But yeah, this feels like black has screwed up a little bit somewhere along the way, and yeah, it definitely looks like, actually, although here black had some possibilities. Bishop h7 doesn't feel all that useful, but I get it, trying to defend the e4. I would have still looked into rook e8 instead. Although it looks like this is just overall defending the e4 pawn is not the way. Maybe just taking on d5 and trying to play against the d5, something like knight c7 could work. Yeah, that's exactly how. So it looks like the e4 is more of a burden for black than anything, and just kind of overly investing into his protection is not something that black should be doing here. But once again, it's hard to understand unknown positions like this. Also why playing sidelines can sometimes be an extremely effective way to throw your opponents off, because, you know, see, people as strong as Notherbeck also make mistakes sometimes, but Maxim Rothstein has 3.5 minutes on his clock. Once again, his resolve will be tested here. Uzbeks are in trouble. I wouldn't say they're in trouble per se, but the fact that they already have, you know, a loss on one of the boards definitely makes it a bit more stressful for the rest of the team. So let's take a look at the India's games again. Yeah, Report has tried to make stuff happen, but I feel like at this point it's just gonna be some simple draw as soon as he takes on e6. Although, yeah, I would say white has to be the one careful here. Yeah, I see. It's actually quite possible to lose now. Well, I guess it's because we need to play g4, which is a very specific move. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he's pressing his luck. Honestly, maybe just bishop takes g5, but then there's c4. Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's a draw, but but you know, white needs to be extremely careful. Like, for example, here, I don't know. I don't know. It's not obvious to me. Like, I know that knight and bishop wins against the king, so I know that I can't really give up the bishop like this, which means that I would just need to, like, do what exactly? Yeah, this is tricky. I don't know. Goes bishop e3. I guess claiming that if c4, he will just be taking here. And what's happening now? Bishop b6, I guess. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of what Richard is onto here, and taking unnecessary risks in a position that had nothing really going well for him. And yeah, hopefully he doesn't screw it up last minute, because as you guys can see, it is possible to screw this up, but mostly for white. Lecco versus Prague, position hasn't changed. The only thing that changed is that the knight came over to e3. So we're still in a heavy maneuvering game here, and because of how locked in it is, I feel like players will, if players ever need to get to the time control, you can just start making random moves like queen g7. As you can see, it doesn't, while the move in itself is useless, it doesn't have any significant impact on the evaluation because once again, there's no way for white to quickly break through this pawn formation. So yeah, there's probably going to be quite some time until we see any action from this game. And I wouldn't be surprised to actually just see a draw at some point because once again, how hard it is for both sides to break through these pawns. Okay, Aragaisi is pushing. He is trying his best. Taking b3 would be a fatal mistake now, actually. So it looks like white didn't find. What did white not find? King f3 makes a lot of sense to me. Rook b3. It is tricky, right? Because you know taking basically loses for white, or well close to it, I guess. Some bishop a5 maybe, or bishop d4 actually. Yeah. So white can never really approach the pawn. Knight c1, knight c1 runs into b2, king c1 does nothing. Annoying. And king d2 runs into bishop a5, right? So this also just loses on the spot actually. Meaning that white will have to make a difficult choice and go for some weird position where they're gonna have to give up a pawn, maybe even like here, like let's say you can literally just move the bishop anywhere, yeah, like somewhere here, and the next move black is gonna take on a3. So yeah, this is looking actually quite favorable for Erigaisi, as he has his opponent in a very uncomfortable position where white has a bunch of only moves to make here. Yes, they have just made it to time control, so Sanat Sigurov is gonna get extra half an hour on his clock, and yet I wouldn't wish it to my worst enemy to be playing an endgame like this. You know, you kind of have no hope. You need to be praying that there is a way to make a draw, to somehow trade into a theoretically drawn endgame, and it's not easy. The move rook c6 is not easy to find. And we'll see how it goes. I would I would say that India has a pretty good shot at winning on that board. In the meantime, move 30, but it has 3.5 minutes. His opponent has 8.5, give or take. Once again, even though we see an advantage showing up on the engine's feed, it feels like it's probably not going to be enough. So the pawn is hanging. Maybe we want to play 5 here, yeah. So just in general, white king is more active. White knight is closer to the queenside pawns. And yet it's hard for white to keep making progress, right? Because king d4 runs into knight f3. So the white king definitely wants to go there. Once again, the problem is how will white do that? Including a4 does not necessarily make it an easier task, because now after black knight retreats, inevitably, black will get their own king march. And the h4 is now even more vulnerable than ever. So while, yeah, we do see a slight edge for white here, it's unclear exactly how white is going to be. Okay, king e7 would have been a very... Wait. No, the bishop is hanging. Never mind. King e7 is erroneous for some reason. Why is king e7 bad? Takes. And somehow, this position is really bad for black. I don't know why this is so bad. So here, what the engine is claiming is that we need to be avoiding the rook trade. Actually, no, this makes sense. This makes way more sense, because now with the counterplay on the h file, we should be okay. So there's this hanging, there's that hanging. I'm not quite sure what's going on. Now rook h6 is going to run into bishop d7. That would be awkward. And here, I guess rook d1 maybe. And there's bishop g4. So yeah, black is experiencing some practical issues. Although I feel like this would be easier for black to hold than white's position in Erigais's game. Even though it's less advantage for black here, it requires significantly more precision to hold this than to be holding here as black, especially because how much counterplay black can potentially get. Rook d6, rook h6. If white is not careful, they may even end up on the losing side of things. Hello, Daisy. Good to see you. I feel like you're the only one who hasn't missed a single broadcast of mine. Thanks for being a loyal viewer. Thank you. All right, so we see a rook trade, and then an obvious response knight d6, where e5 is forced, white's hand is forced, which is not necessarily a bad thing. So we will see this endgame taking place. Once again, some practical difficulties, but should be holdable. So my roommate Danish is rooting for Wang Yu, and look, take a look at this. So what happened here? It was already kind of becoming obvious that white is not gonna be doing well in this game, and yet it's even worse than we all probably expected. Or white, yeah, I see all black had to do was just occupy the weaknesses, occupy the weak squares, control the e file in white's position, and here comes this the hit b5, right? Just as I said, and white's position is completely totally falling apart. There's absolutely no counterplay, no play on the g file. Looks like white is donezo. Move 35, reaching the time control will not save white from the inevitable. This is just immediately over. Bishop b1, rook e2, and white will probably resign because it loses a whole bunch of material, with white king also being quite unsafe. Well, looks like we will probably have a first result on the first board of the Olympiad. Board 1, match, or sorry, game number 4. Grandmaster Yu Wang is going to beat Grandmaster Tuan Minh Tran, representing Vietnam. And this is a big hit. I believe that none of the other Vietnamese players have any possibility for winning their game. So here, yeah, Lim managed to capture the pawn, but it is now a theoretically drawn rook endgame, as black cannot avoid trading bishops. They can't move away because e7 is hanging. Taking a c5 leads to rook h5, allowing white to recapture the missing piece, and otherwise white will just take on d6, and maybe that's probably what Lim is going to go for, allowing the capture and hoping to recapture back with a pawn, at least creating a passer. But still, that shouldn't be enough, as in rook endgames, a single extra pawn oftentimes is not enough to win. This feels okay. So we do have a result. Yu Wang did end up winning his game, so China is taking the lead. Sanan Sigurov is still thinking, unsure of what to do. I guess rook c6 is gonna take him a while to recognize as potential candidate move. But yeah, I would say white is in trouble here. Benjamin Gledera is actually not as much in trouble as Sanan Sigurov, but here actually bishop f5 was played. I thought e5 was semi-forced, and I guess king e7 is impossible because of knight c8, and white just ends up picking up a bunch of pawns, or I guess just one should be enough to win. So maybe trying from the other side, like king g7. So obviously trying to activate my king here, getting to f6. Interesting. This knight is now getting trapped. Maybe this was a bigger deal than I thought originally. Maybe even to d4, so that white has both options open for them. To either go to c5 or e5. Yeah, some pressure going on. in the India versus Hungary match. Mostly Hungarian players being pressured, but I feel like this precise defense, they should be able to survive most of these games. And yeah, the only one who is kind of doing well, I feel like, is Peter Leko, who, yeah, basically at this point, both players will probably just close their eyes and make a bunch of random moves, letting themselves get to the time control. And honestly, I feel like it's not gonna go past that. I feel like we're just gonna end up seeing just a draw because no progress can be made from either side. I like India's chances in this match. It looks very promising. How about we go ahead and take a look at what's happening in women's games? And Divya has already won her game, where her opponent immediately misplaced. Now, why is this so good? Oh, because we can just go ahead and go for the kill here. This was missed by Divya. I guess because, I mean, no, but this feels like what is just naturally winning here, right? Because the king is on d8, this runs into forced checkmate in 3, like so. This feels really good. So knight needed to stay on c6 to make sure that e5 can be taken care of if white launches the attack. But Divya decided to play it a bit safer, and just in general, we see how hard it is for black to navigate through this position, immediately giving the pawn back and kind of getting into a really tough spot in terms of, you know, positional weaknesses. It's just everything is disconnected. Knight on a5 is poorly placed. Now white just kind of closes her eyes and pushes the h pawn, and there's nothing black can do. This is quite literally how the game ended, was black getting killed by white's singular h pawn. Very nice game by Divya. Very smart opening choice. It's back again. Guys, I'm sorry. I'm my OBS is getting disconnected every now and then. I'm sorry. It's probably gonna keep happening, so bear with me. Okay, well, looks like we are good for now. I'm watching the OBS, holding my breath because okay, why has it been happening so often? I guess it's good that it's happening right now and not in the very beginning. Not, I guess it's good that it didn't happen. It wasn't happening during my round 1 coverage. So at least because there's a day off tomorrow, I can kind of try to figure things out, and maybe, not sure if I can make sure this doesn't happen anymore, but you know, it's gonna depend on my internet service provider in this case. Check out board 12. Checking out board 12. Board 12 in women's section or board 12 in men's section? Let's see what's going on in the women's section, board 12. Okay, so white or black is pressuring white, and this was Queen's Gambit declined with knight g to e2. So knight g to e2 is usually played so that white can leave the f3 square available for the pawn and quickly play in the center with f3 e4. Yeah, we see here the quote-unquote quick part of it is no longer possible because f3 runs into queen takes e3, so white needs to make even more preparations now, making sure the e3 is protected. And now finally, here comes f3. More preps, and now e4. But black is already prepared for this breakthrough, because now black immediately responds with knight e6 and starts to slowly aggravate white so that they can get annoyed and play d5. And here it looks like black has made an objectively unfavorable choice by taking on e2, which didn't have to happen. I guess there might be some just b5, or maybe even just taking on e4 could have been interesting, but in an attempt to simplify the position. Black now this is a blunder, but what's the blunder? What is the blunder? I'm not sure. It's clearly a blunder. Maybe not e4, and then followed by d6. Keeping some advantage going, but not as much as if we were to play, I don't know, no. Getting a bit too lazy here. I need to think. It's hard. Okay, to taking on e7 seems like an obvious choice, but once again, I'm not sure if there is a follow-up here. And it appears that there is not. How does white win this? d6 doesn't work, rook e7 doesn't work, knight e4 only maintains just a tiny bit of the advantage. h4 runs into knight g3. Like I'm honestly, I'm flabbergasted. Like I don't know what's happening. There is nothing immediate. The evaluation is at +4. There is no attack that's possibly working for white. I can try to cheat a little bit and see what the engine suggests. G4. Oh my god. What? Wait, rook takes e2, and then we have, okay, we have an intermezzo check, queen f7, king h8, bishop e2, knight f6. Oh, the other knight is hanging. Oh my god. Okay, g4 is really, really cool. It wasn't very difficult. I must be just tired, but g4, would you look at that? Just kind of making full use of black's piece disbalance. Knight on the ram is dim. Hee hee. Man section board 12. Yes, sir. Whoa. Rui Lopez? That position from Rui Lopez? Okay, then. So far so good. Nothing too unusual. Both players are doing their typical setups. Next, going back to d7. Black may decide to play c5 or c6. Yeah, c6 feels awkward because it closes in the light squared bishop, but at the same time makes black's position very safe and solid. Yeah, so you see this is how, like, I always kind of wondering how is it possible that one of the sides can just win here. Like you need certain level of cooperation from your opponent, because if either side just doesn't do anything, it's so hard to make progress because of how solid these structures are. And yet we see a lot of action with black trying to go for it, and yeah, kind of getting himself into a little bit of a predicament with this bishop and b7, right? So yeah, black is up a pawn right now, but the bishop is not, once again, is not that happy. And where is the blunder? So we are slowly approaching the blunder, and here it is, the bishop of 8. It's not quite a blunder yet, but now, yeah, as black allows white to plant his knight on f6, I guess not realizing that white doesn't have to move it back, right? If king f6, just bishop takes d4, and there's an actually inevitably checkmate in 5, which we can kind of tell, right? The king, like, where is it gonna run? Where are you gonna go? Nowhere. And so black cannot take on c5 as there is knight d7, winning a bunch of stuff. So black is forced to ignore it. Now bishop d4, he just gets a monstrous diagonal for the white's light squared bishop. By the way, do you guys have any interruptions with the video feed? Like, are there any like artifacts on the cameras, or is everything looking good? I'm asking because anytime I open the OBS, I see some weird disruptions on the camera feed. But I'm just okay, working fine for you. Yeah, I thought, I was suspecting it to just be like a on my end, kind of, but you know, just to be safe. Okay, so you guys are confirming that video feeds are working as intended. Maybe it's just something wrong with my graphics card. That's what I suspect. All looks and sounds good. Okay, great. G4 is unreal, yeah. It's not the attacking move that anyone would be checking there, which makes it even more amazing, indeed. Audio is on the low side. I mean, I can do this. How about now? Is this better? Nothing too severe. I can increase the audio on my mic. Heck, I can even crank it up. Boom. Okay, well then, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm deeply sorry. I know people's ears were probably just unhappy with me, but yeah, I brought it back to reasonable levels. No, it's okay. All right, sounds good. RIP headphone users. Was it actually that loud? Anyway, looks like yeah, there's a high chance that Black is not getting out of this alive. Just down exchange. Pretty big problems on the last rank. Yeah, looks doomed. Speaking of doomed, this is a player from Norway who is going to be suffering a defeat here. And if we are talking about players from Norway, we now are looking at Magnus Carlsen's game, where Magnus has screwed up, actually. Take a look at this. Time trouble. Move 33. Magnus only has 3 minutes on his clock. Plays knight e2, which misses out on what opportunity? Maybe knight b5? No, there's no way. There's no way this works, right? Really? Wait, actually, no. Yeah, no. I was like, knight b5, the evaluation bar did move. I was like, well, really? That's actually the move? No, it doesn't work. Black can just go ahead and take, and there's no follow-up. Just knight d8 or rook d8, whatever you prefer. And Black has just enough pieces around the king to defend everything. But yeah, I wonder. Maybe what if we just even giving up the d4 is still okay for white. That's how much initiative they have, I guess, because Black's king is still in the center. But knight e2 feels completely natural to me, right? Just kind of bringing it back, defending the d4, connecting the rook to the b3 pawn. Now the queen can move. Looks like it's a pretty tough position for both sides to understand and play around. And yeah, and both players make not anonymous, but unanimous decision to to trade into the endgame to kind of ease the pressure. Also now, as we can see that Parham's pieces are actually unwinding here. Like knight is coming over to recapture the pawn on c5. The d pawn is starting to look, you know, more and more angry. I don't know. If I'm looking at this, I'm not quite sure if I'm happy here as white. You know, rook h6 maybe. Knight c5 is probably possible. Yeah, I'm not quite sure. This, yeah, they have passed the time control, but looks like Magnus might have lost his chance to deliver a point to his team. And now as their board 4 is losing, you know, they actually are in a real danger of losing the match. So here looks like this game is probably going to be drawn between Tabatabai and Johann Sebastian Christensen. It looks like White still had a good portion of initiative, so they were able to regain their missing pawn eventually. But yeah, this is just now a drawn endgame. So yeah, because of the massive blunder by Norway's board 4, yeah, it looks like they can no longer win the match, right? Because board 4 is losing, but board 4 has lost. It's official now. This is how the game ended here, and the Black is just going to be playing down the whole rook. So the best thing that can happen is that Magnus finds a way to win this endgame, which apparently is he doesn't even have an advantage in it anymore. But yeah, Norway is in trouble. Carlsen is indeed playing against Maksud Lucio. It looks like the game has taken an unexpected turn because Maksudlu was sort of suffering with his king stuck on e8, pieces being unable to move for the most part, but then Magnus, I guess, trying to avoid difficult calculations and time trouble, has made this decision to transpose into the endgame, which released pressure from Maksudlu's position, and now he's actually doing quite well. Okay, if we move all the way down to maybe take a look at how England is doing against Italy, so we see a draw. This is yeah, this is a line. I've played this line myself as black, and this is a known draw. There's a forced draw here, many different ways. Looks like players showed us one of them, but yeah, not really much to fish for either white or black here. Having to play the opposite color bishop endgame, the players decided to not torture themselves too much and made a quick draw. Board number 2 also had a relatively quick draw. How long? Actually, no, that wasn't quick at all. I saw some action going on along the way as well. So let's actually take a look at what happened here. So rule opposite seems, and some unusual things, but white eventually does get the d4 in. Black accepts the challenge offer, goes for c4, making the position quite dynamic. Black having some pretty dangerously looking pawns on the queen side, but it looks like, yeah, it looks like white has missed their chance along the way. Now black having some reasonable amount of compensation. Yeah, the pawn on b2 just keeps sitting there, and yeah, here comes the blunder. Actually, here black had a massive winning chance, finds queen b7, and now supposedly rook to c7 was a winning move, because after queen b7, rook c to b7, rook d1, rook d8, white ends up losing the d7 pawn, and b2 keeps eating white away from inside. as in it doesn't go anywhere. It's gonna keep sitting there until black eventually is able to push the other pawn and end it all. And yet, yeah, after queen a7, now black is, oh my god, isn't this a tragic comedy at its finest? The move order was everything. So after bishop f7, getting the bishop back to c1 to deal with the b2 pawn in a timely manner, or maybe even bishop d2, yeah, either or. But yeah, white would find himself with an extra exchange, then just would have probably won. But yeah, both players, both grandmasters, making critical mistakes back to back, and then yeah, I guess we just see something like this happening, which is obviously a simple draw. Wow. Okay, so not all of these draws were as simple as it may have seemed. Okay, so Luke McShane, in the meantime, is actually doing quite well against his opponent from Italy. And the game was Nimzo, where white has gotten a small advantage, but then McShane makes a very smart practical choice. Good job. I'm happy to see this position of sacrifice, as now black has a very easy target. White has most of his pieces over on the queen side, and it's just going to be a bishop pair 2 with no opponents for black's bishops. Actually, here you see the materialistic spirit has taken over McShane, where he decided that it's time to cash out and just goes ahead and tries to recapture the missing material. But yeah, this gives white a good portion of a counterplay, and then immediately follows up with a blunder after rook c8, where, you know, once again he has to be playing down an exchange, and yet his opponent doesn't properly navigate through this position and ends up blundering the advantage back. Okay, so you see, as you can tell, even in time trouble, or even not in time trouble. Both sides are very susceptible to making massive errors, however strong they may be. So it just kind of proves my point. Chess is a sport. Oh my god, no way. No way this just happened. Exactly on a brim of both players making the time control. But makes a massive blunder. And it's kind of unclear to me why Black is repeating. Oh, well, yeah, Black is repeating because the move number 40 is the final move that both sides have to pass in order to get 30 minutes added. So knight e1 is going to only be repeating the position for the second time. And here after king g2. Now, if I'm trying to kind of think about what the winning idea here is, it's probably going to be something like knight to somewhere, knight to g5, I guess. Just simply because queen g1 is a threat that white cannot, or just physically is unable to deal with. Queen f1 is probably the only way, and then something like this, queen c2, queen e4 with a double attack. If queen g1, white gets mated by force, right? Queen g2, queen e1 check, king h2, knight f3, distracting the queen from protecting the g1, and the game ends. I'm pretty sure this tactic is very simple for Black to find. So at this point, McShane, having 30 minutes on his clock, should have no problem finding this winning combination. And England is going to be pulling ahead. What about Jones Gavain? Jones is pressing. Two extra pawns, but an opposite color middle game. Endgame. Excuse me. Two extra pawns, opposite color bishops, some chances, some drawing chances for his opponent, but probably safe to assume white is not going to be losing here. And with McShane winning his game, given that he finds the winning combo. Who is he? Who is who? Good question. Okay, it looks like at least I'm not going to say anything because I know as soon as I say that my stream is working well, it's going to start going on and off again. So I'm just gonna shut up and do the job. Let's not jinx ourselves. All right, so going all the way down, taking a look at some other games. Actually, let's go ahead and take a look at the first 6 matches of the women's section. And Daisy Corey, a sister of Jorge Corey, unfortunately lost her game to the a3 sideline. Okay, a3 prevents the bishop b4 from happening, and here the black bishop is going to be quite annoying on b7, or rather annoyed on b7, and wow, h4, very unusual. And then Daisy tried transposing into some kind of Benoni structure, but it looks like her opponent was all ready to attack. Even though, yeah, here comes the misstep, big misstep on white's side, looking like black doesn't really need to react, and just by bringing the pieces out would have been sustainable, and black would have been fine just having an additional knight, helping out with the kingside defense. But it's probably just a blunder here. I guess the bishop takes a6 was a blunder, and then both, yeah, we see it's very hard to be precise when attacking, so both sides are kind of getting it wrong. So here the winning move would have been to just take and go ahead and double up on the h file, beginning to threaten the rook h8 things. Not obvious at all. The bishop d3 actually makes a lot more sense, keeping the pieces on the board. And queen e5, once again, black had to bring in additional troops to make the defense a bit more bearable, but once again, when you are being attacked on the h file like that, it's tough, and looks like that's exactly where Black eventually fell. This rook h8 being inevitable. Very cool attacking game by Gal Zoka from Hungary, giving her team an early win and pulling them ahead. Speaking of the same match, in this game, Hungarian player is going to be struggling, trying to survive down a pawn, but should be able to do so. The easiest would be to have the bishop and knight traded. And it would have just been rook n2 versus rook n3, which is an easy draw. But, you know, that's what Black is going to try to avoid. And here the Hungarian player is suffering yet again. So it looks like the, you know, on the remaining boards, Hungary is struggling, trying to make draws or, you know, not lose, not lose in tough positions. This might be a bit tougher to hold as opposed to that endgame. But you know, even if they manage to hold just a singular game, then it's going to be a match tie at least. So that's not too bad. The Polish team, we already have a bunch of draws. We have a draw in a Lapin, with both sides playing pretty much one of the main lines. Actually, King of8 is King of8. Took a while for Black to produce this move, and what was the concern? Like, let's say knight d7, because we're just gonna pass for the next move, right? So I'm not quite sure. There's really no follow-up. What is this, f4 maybe? Still can I castle? I can, but at a cost, right? Rook d1, there's gonna be some knight c5 maybe. And I'm not quite sure where the queen is gonna go, maybe b5, or queen e4. Yeah, this is getting a little bit tricky. But after f4, there must be like some kind of magical move to solve all of the Black's problems. What is it? I guess that's what Grandmaster Jinri Zhu also couldn't figure out quite yet. So she decided that okay, it's just gonna be safer to avoid the pen altogether. But now obviously with Black being unable, okay, Black finds a way to solve this issue, although still the development is lagging behind. Black's development is lagging behind. It looks like White was unable to create anything substantial, and as a result, Black managed to get the rest of their pieces in and successfully held this game for a draw. Yeah. Board 2. Petrov. Great opening. Love it. Play it all the time as Black. Although I've been kind of trying to move more towards Sicilian defense because it's just in general more exciting and it gives Black a lot more possibilities for an active play. In Petrov, oftentimes as Black, you find yourself having to defend for really long periods of time, and you know, it just takes a toll on your ability to win games. You know, I've won a good share of Petrov games in my career, but you know, Sicilian is still it's just better. If you're trying to play for a win, play Sicilian. Petrov is a good opening, very solid, but not as many chances to win in there. So yeah, looks like we have some weird kind of okay, so White did not go for the perpetual. White tried winning, but then eventually realized that there is no shot that can do that, and eventually did settle for perpetual check. Hello, hey Sergino, what's up? Look at board 1, Ding is losing. How? So as I suspected, right, this happened. The bishops were traded off. And how is this? How is this losing now? This is a lost rook endgame. That's insane. And the only two moves to win are king f4 and f5. That's just insane. Check, I guess, just goes king f4. Yeah, okay, I see. Because white can't really take, yeah, so the king, wherever the white king goes, this is kind of crazy. Wait a minute. Wherever the white king goes, after it's checked, if it goes to the right, if it goes back to the right, then black king is going to go all the way around and promote. If it goes to the left, then black king is just going to go to the right, and because white king is a bit too far away and the e-file is getting held by the black rook on e7, this is now a lost rook endgame. Wow. This is first. Holy. Honestly, this might just be a break that the Vietnamese team needed. This, if Lim delivers a massive upset to the current world champion, the match will be tied. This is just insanity. I never knew that a rook game like this one could have been lost. But wait, once again, we shouldn't jump to conclusions, because there are ways for white to try and hold this. Sorry, I meant to give this check. Wow. Just wow. Absolute madness. Rook e1 was played. Is a rook b7 or rook c7 would do it. So what's the trick here? Only king f5. If king d4, it is now a drop to rook e6. Oh my god. Wait, so king f5, rook d1, and then we're pushing the king out. And then our own king comes in. Wow. I mean, I kind of suspected that this is going to be the case, but it just feels bizarre to me that this is actually lost. Like, I thought that black will have winning chances in this rook endgame, but this is just straight up a lost rook endgame with 2 versus 1, with black's pass pawn being basically 1 file away from the other pawn. It's just crazy. I mean, I've personally had a better opinion of myself on when it comes to the rook endgame knowledge, but this is just a shock. This is just a shocker. I would just look at this position and say, okay, it's a draw, but black has winning chances, right? In practice. But no, it's just lost. It's not just winning chances. Black is completely winning. Oh no, my ding. That is insane. Look at Lim. Look at him. He's locked in. He knows that he can single-handedly bring in the salvation to his team. I sound like a preacher. Salvation. Wow. They'll put this game into the endgame books. I'm telling you, this game is gonna make it to every endgame book out there. It probably will make it to every endgame book either way, even if Lim doesn't win this game. All right, take a look at board number 2. Yeah, honestly, not really a real progress. I mean, yeah, the engine keeps alternating between slight advantage for black and slight advantage for white, but in reality, nothing is happening. They're way past move 40 now. You know, but I think at some point we'll just start seeing, you know, the back and forth kind of moves. And would you look at that? Sigurov spends almost all of his extra time, makes a bad move, and then makes a losing move immediately after, trying to hold his position together without giving up any material, and yet, because of difference in king activity, it is now lost for white. Would you believe it? I knew it. I knew it's not going to be easy. Well, obviously, Erigaisi still needs to win, but as we can see, it is winning. There is a force way for black to win this position now, as white can't move anything, because if white moves even a knight, even a king, black will be making progress, so I guess we're just going to have some kind of Zugzwang situation eventually, where white will run out of moves, and will have to let black king through. And Benjamin Gladura, oh my god, what is going on? Hungarian team seems to be just falling apart, left and right. Take a look at this. Benjamin Gladura makes a bunch of inaccuracies, misplaces his knights, and that allows Vidit to just lock everything in. Take a look at this. There's no moves that knights can make, and this position is completely winning because, once again, the knights are stuck, and I guess eventually white king is just gonna, maybe even now, white king can just go in and take the h6. Wow, this is just insanity. How quickly the tables have turned. Arjun just doesn't miss. I mean, it's amazing how imagine squeezing out a win from this position against somebody rated almost 2700. Could you imagine? I couldn't. It's insane. I don't know how he does it. He's a magician, I'm telling you. As expected, we are now seeing some development in Magnus's game, but it doesn't seem to be all that impressive. I think we're probably just gonna see some weird draw, like here. Also, yeah, now not so sure. Yeah, looks like the e5 is highly irrelevant, and instead of, yeah, I'm actually getting it wrong every move. Look, you see, every single move I make is wrong. What's the correct draw? Like I don't understand. It says this is a draw, and yet anytime I make any reasonable move, it's losing. How about we just don't get there? How about here black just goes something like king g7 and never goes into that endgame? That sounds pretty good to me. Screenshot Erigaisi and make a locked-in meme out of him. Man. Oof. What a carry. Okay, so king g2 did happen. We'll see. Maybe Magnus will find a way to squeeze out something here, but you know, chances are low. Chances are low. Fabi is Team US last hope. He had a chance. Queen trade was not in black's favor. Yeah, I think it was just not enough. I'm afraid it's just not enough. Yeah. Even if white gets to keep the extra pawn, there's just too many ways for black to get counterplay strong enough to just transpose into some kind of, you know, theoretically drawn endgame. So yeah, I'm not very hopeful here. We might end up seeing 4 draws in the US versus Romania match. It's interesting how board 2. I wonder if players are allowed to set up the pieces, or because in some tournaments, whenever the game ends, you are only supposed to put the kings in the middle, depending on who won or whether the game was a draw, and then you're not supposed to touch anything else. So I'm wondering why boards 3 and 4 left the pieces as they are, except for the kings that are now in the middle. But board 2 has their pieces set up to their starting positions. Wonder what's the rule on that, if there is one. Yeah, I'm afraid it's going to be close to impossible for Fabi to win here. Even in a 3 versus 2 endgame, which would also be drawn, even if we imagine that both of these pawns are gone from the equation, it is still a theoretical draw. Yeah, obviously Fabio is gonna try for some f4 tricks, but those are just mostly one move threats, and I'm pretty sure it's just a trivial thing for Bogdan Daniel to deal with that. Okay, so I feel like, uh-oh. Rook endgames, ladies and gentlemen, rook endgames are very hard. As you can see, the best players in the world are getting them wrong all the time. I'm sure that he was trying to make king d6 work. I think there's a 100% guarantee that that's what he was going for. And then f4 is coming. Well, honestly, I would prefer Lim to win this game. But, you know, to be fair, Ding still needs to find rook e1 check. And there will be multiple ways to go wrong. It's happening again. I'm sorry. Okay, gotcha Linux. Sorry, the OBS it's not handling the pressure well. I'm not sure. Maybe it has something to do with the cameras having artifacts on them. Like there's something really wrong with that. Like I knew maybe it's not my internet, but it probably is my internet, you know. But yeah, looks like having this issue for quite a few times today, and once again, my apologies. I will try to see what I can do about that. You killed the stream with that comment. It's your 4th anniversary. Well, congratulations once again. Sorry about the F's in the chat. Yeah. Just refresh if you still don't see us. No, I see you. Oh, you mean people watching? Okay. The rook endgame is the worst minigame in all of chess. it's kind of funny calling chess some kind of minigame. Yeah, my apologies to the viewers on Twitch, to the viewers on YouTube. I'm having some weird technical difficulties on my end, but looks like it comes back fairly quickly. Once again, I'll look into this for my next stream on Wednesday, and I'll try to make sure this doesn't happen again. Okay. Why are you doing this? I have no excuses. This is, yeah, my OBS is oh, hi Dominic. Yeah, you're joining in to see my OBS really struggling to keep up. It's probably, once again, it's probably my internet connection. It shouldn't be the OBS that's unable to handle things. But yeah, once again, I've streamed how many times already? Like twice by myself. and this wasn't happening, and now it is happening. I'll have to see what's going on my end so that I'm ready to go again on Wednesday. But yeah, this has been a very abrupt working again. Yes, I know it's working. It's just it sucks that people have to constantly refresh the page. You know, it comes back almost instantly, so it's just like a momentary drop, either in my internet connection or something else. But once again, not quite sure. Everything looks normal, no change compared to a couple of streams ago. It must be something outside that's affecting the okay, wait, so uh, speaking of Ding making mistakes, rook a4. So rook e6 double question mark, rook a4 double question mark. Now this is the time where Lim says, okay, no more of that nonsense. How about we just, do what's right, and goes ahead, plays rook b6, getting ready to kick the white king out of the way. And once again, my hopes are high. I am a big fan of Grandmaster Lim Wang, who's also a good friend of mine. So I'll be delighted if he wins this game. This is obviously preferential treatment. Maybe I should stay on a more of a neutral side while commentating the games, but I just can't help it. Okay, so India. So games from India versus Hungary. Yeah, once again, no new developments in Prague versus Leko. Arigaisi is doing an amazing job. Still winning. And I'm assuming the win is achieved by just going king c4, king c2, maybe bishop e7. Just trying to hit the a3, although this gives up the f7 pawn, which may or may not make it a bit more difficult for black to win. I think here, because white cannot really move anywhere, like black has time to maybe even solidify the pawn structure on the king side now to ensure that the bishop can continuously hit those pawns when the time is right. Not right now, but I feel like doing things like this is a quality of life thing, and it's important. It makes the difference along the way. So h5 feels a bit more natural to me than going for or trying for an immediate kill with bishop e7, or rather king c4 bishop e7. Benjamin Gladora versus Virit Santosh. Once again, Benjamin is struggling. Knights are stuck. The king can begin marching towards the kingside pawn if Virit wants it to. But yeah, this feels overwhelming for black. It feels like, since black can't move, they're just kind of patiently waiting for their fate. And yeah, that's something nobody wants to be in, right? That's the kind of situation we never want to be in. We want to be commanders of our own fate, not leaving it up to some random individuals like our opponents. Lim missed the winning move, and I think I might be... Yeah, okay, it's probably on my end. I keep disconnecting and reconnecting to Lichess. I keep disconnecting and reconnecting to Twitch chat. It is definitely something on my end, whether it's the internet connection or whatnot. But I'm keeping an eye on the overall internet speeds, and they are within the norm. But once again, it's just momentary drops. So my apologies. I don't know how to stop this. We'll have to see what I can do. Does Magnus have any chance, any winning chance? Looks like he does not, but you know, he has a couple of pawns on the H file, which are not necessarily all that useful for him. If all the pawns from the queen side are gone, it just becomes an immediate draw, so chances are that this game will be over any minute now. Tabatabai is trying his very best to somehow, some way keep the Norway team in this. But once again, it's also one of those kinds of endgames where it shouldn't be enough. No matter the kind of activity white gets here, black's position is way too solid. The rook looks awkward, and black doesn't want to play rook a5 because there's going to be a rook b5, offering an even trade, and once again, because there's a difference in king activity, black is not going to be looking forward to trading into the pawn endgame. Hello, Dennis. Uzbekistan versus Israel. Looks like Nonderbek is doing quite well against Maxim Rothstein. So as I said, Yakoboyev Nonderbek managed to win his game, and this is approximately where we left it off, right after e6. I believe e6 was the last move we saw, and I guess Ido Gorstein decided that it's not worth. It's not even worth the trouble to try and survive here, as knight h6 is coming, and black's position is just falling apart like a bunch of dominoes. So he resigned. And okay, so white has screwed up their winning chance in this game. What happened? Maybe it was, oh, okay, so it was white missing out. By the way, speaking of trading rooks, giving up the c file and then missing the counterplay e3 by Illia Nyzhnyk. Very nicely done by Illia, giving himself the best shot at defending this position. Never settle for passive defense, or will always look for active defense possibilities, because those will be the most effective ones you can get, and should allow black to survive here. I think d5 might be it. Just kind of ditching the pawn, and once again focusing on the active defense, where black pieces should be coming in. Also here it looks like we might need to do it in some different manner. Maybe like just d3. No, it's hard. It's hard. At +1. Bishop d5 also seems. No, bishop d. No, wait. Bishop d5. It's just king e5, right? Yeah. Okay. No, bishop d5 is not good. But actually, wait. King b5 is probably it. Yeah, king b5, removing this guy and then having the a pawn march all the way down. And yeah, look at that. You see, Illia Nyzhnyk has a superb understanding of the dynamics of this endgame. Getting it right, you know. Pawns are irrelevant. What matters is that you discourage your opponent from making progress by creating a bigger issue for them to deal with. And in this case, it is going to be the pawn. As in, we don't care about pawns. We don't care about losing irrelevant pawns, right? So for our play here, losing f5 is not very relevant. So that's what makes it okay. Ding. This will be a heartbreaking defeat. He is already playing on increments, and after king f4, it looks like the deal is going to be sealed, because there is no way for white to prevent the black rook and black king coming in, converging onto the f3 pawn. Rook b2 is most definitely going to be played, with white probably retreating to likely d1, but then I'm pretty sure that that's probably the only move that doesn't win. Probably king e3 is also No, it's not winning. Oh yeah, because there is going to be checks from the side, I guess. King d3, king c1, very important. It's very, very important to keep your king on the longer side, or sorry, on the shorter side, so that when black attempts to promote, white can throw their rook onto the long side and begin checking from the side. This is how the draw is achieved in these positions. But here, after rook b2, king d1, apparently rook f2 is a win. Yeah, this is not trivial. This is actually even a waiting move like rook a2 would win, and that's probably mostly because white king is currently on the longer side. So if white king could be transferred to h2, this would be still a draw, but because it's going to be on the long side, that's exactly where the white rook should be in order to give black king checks. Now the king is going to be on the way, right? So now the king is going to be somewhere here after black checks. Let's say something like this, where king is going to go to d2, and now if white tries to give checks on the side, there's this dreaded king in the way, so black can actually just go ahead and promote without having to worry ever about his king getting checked. Because checking from the right is not very effective, as it's just one square away from the black king, so it's very easy for black to avoid the checks by just approaching the rook. So we do see the correct move here, and after king d1 will be played. Oh, I'll almost guarantee you that, because king e1 kind of has a feeling that, oh, there's king e3 now, you know. So also king e3 is not very effective, so maybe king e1 will be. King e1 was played indeed. Okay, so king e1 was played, and this is kind of the same thing. Funnily enough, it is going to be some kind of zugzwang. Let's see how is this. How does this win? Takes. And only king g3. Okay, so this win is not trivial at all. And only king g2. Okay, so there is only one way to win this. Very not easy. Very, very hard. But hopefully, since Lim has kind of been building up to this, he has 26 minutes to figure it all out. Let's see if he can do it. This is probably going to be the game of the round if he manages to beat Ding here. So the idea here is that he wants to make sure that he can capture the f3 with a rook. He can also do that like so. Actually, this is easier. This is way easier. Just rook b3, right? Takes. Yeah, this is okay. So this is easy. Now this is easy because yeah, he gets to get rid of the king, and that's just an easy win immediately. So rook b3 is a correct way to win, I would say. Yeah, if white makes any of these moves, they're gonna be down. They're gonna be down a bunch of pawns. Yeah, the rook b3. Yeah, if he finds rook b3, chances are that the game is won. Is Gukesh drawing his game? I think Gukesh already drew. Yeah, they drew. Okay, rook h2 was played. What is he trying to do, though? King d1. This is not a winning. This is not a win. I really hope that Lim doesn't go for this, because this position is not winning. I'm not sure if he knows. Okay, now it's winning. Okay, yeah, okay. Well, this is insane how even the best players in the world, literally, quite literally, people as strong as the world champion don't know that this is not a draw, because there's not enough checks that the rook can give. But if the white king can go around, right? That becomes a draw. So here, if white goes king d1, right, and taking on f3 is not a win anymore, because then here white king can go around and end up on the short side. This is why rook h2 was kind of like a meh kind of attempt, because it doesn't really do anything. Like black would have to find rook f2 and then would have to find the capture with a rook. But once again, because the f2 is an inferior square, like if you're just trying to capture the f3 with a rook, I feel like rook b3 makes a lot more sense, because we're kind of leaving ourselves with the possibility of capturing with a king, depending on how white reacts. And yeah, obviously here just king takes f3. This doesn't save white, mostly because the king gets pushed all the way into the corner, and now it's a very trivial thing to go ahead and promote for black here. Well, Lim, I know it for sure that he will figure out king takes f3. Once again, it's not very difficult to understand that the white king is in the wrong place. It is the kind of rook endgames that most grandmasters learned. It was probably one of the first endgames, rook endgames that I've learned, besides Lucina position and besides Philidor defense, right? Just to make sure that you don't lose games that are easily savable. This is the logic behind these kinds of endgames. But yeah, sorry, I meant to take a look at what happened in Gukesh's game, so we can go ahead and do that. So we left off in here where Rapport played bishop e3, and yeah, nothing. It was just a draw, just a simple draw. That's how it went. Technically, there is a way for one of the sides to lose this position, right? If white king goes to h1, and then white bishop goes to g1, right? That's kind of like self-mating that technique. Black king goes to g3 and bishop b7 is checkmate, but okay, obviously, obviously there's no way something like this would ever happen. Okay, so yeah, we see a very easy, yeah, king takes f3, and king is running to d2, which sees black actually having an very easy time winning this, right? Once again, rook h1 is the cleanest, because king f2, d3. Now if white begins trying to check, it doesn't matter anymore, because if rook could have had another file on the left where it can go, this would have been a draw, but not anymore. This, you see, we see, yeah, this actually happened already. King f2. Also, I can go rook c1 to kind of make it a little bit easier, but I feel like d3 should also be relatively natural, and he does go, yes, he does go d3. He understands that there is not enough checks on that side of the board, so Lim will be taking a win away from the Chinese team when it was just within the reach. Vietnam is having a demonic performance on this Olympiad. Take a look. Been massive rating underdogs by 170 points on average, I think, is what the Vietnamese team is underdog by. Crawling or crawling is not the word I was looking for. Kind of stealing the win away from probably the event's favorites, with Grandmaster Lim De Kwang delivering a painful loss to the current world champion Ding Liren. Massive upset. I mean, probably the simplest would be to just go ahead and kick out the king. And then making sure that it's cut on the file, getting ready to transpose into the Lucina position. Tough to watch sad Ding makes you sad. Yeah, it is what it is, but you know, I just wish that Ding can recover until his World Championship match. Because yeah, as we can all see, that he's having a really rough time for the most part of it. Fabio's game should be a draw, but as I'm being told, his opponent sacrificed a piece. Yeah, it isn't actually a relatively simple draw because white cannot avoid yeah, either losing the h3 or trading rooks. So now obviously rook and knight versus a rook is a theoretical draw, but you know, that's White's only chance, I guess. White is trying to force that position where they take on a4, they lose on h3, and then maybe just somehow, some way, but Fabio will find his way to navigate through, pick up all the remaining black pawns, and despite the fact that that position is a non-theoretical draw, he will keep trying, you know, because that's the only chance for them to win this match. As expected, rook h7 was played, now just king b3, and rook e7 is the simplest, after which we are very likely to see a resignation by Ding. I want to point out that yes, there is no other way to win this position, because if you don't do this, the king will come close and will prevent the d3 pawn from promoting. So black absolutely has to do it if they want to win. So now the king cannot come close, black king is going to go all the way in front of the black pawn. Black will end up playing d2, and that is going to be a well-known Lichess position. As soon as the white king gets kicked out with a check, then rook is going to go here, and then the king is going to build a bridge, after which the rook will be used to eventually defend black king against the checks. There are other ways to win the Lichess position, but that's the most famous one, right? Building the bridge with the king. So that's what's happening. I'm pretty sure that Ding understands that at this point the win is just you know, way too trivial. You know, sometimes you keep playing just because you have some realistic practical chance here. Yeah, as we can see, Ding understood that it's kind of pointless because the position is lost and it's way too easy, you know, way too easy to prove that you know how to win it at that level. So he goes ahead and resigns, and we have yet another pretty much major upset where Team Vietnam pulls off an amazing last-minute victory by Lim Le Quang beating current world champion Ding Liren, ensuring that the match is tied as opposed to losing it with a minimal 2.5, 1.5. So very well done, Lim. I'm very happy to see him overperform. I'm pretty sure Lim is currently massively overperforming. And he said, I'm gonna knock on wood. I don't want to jinx him. But as of before this round, Lim had 3 points out of 4, showing a performance rating of 2,810, adding approximately 4 FIDE rating points. And with this win, he's going to be adding approximately 9 overall, which at that level should take him up probably 5 to 7, probably like about 5 spots on the world ranking list. So good job, Lim. I'm happy to see him do well, and yeah, I hope it keeps working out for him and his team. Lim is just a few points away from entering top 10. Yeah, he probably is going to be like 13th or something after this win. Earlier you were asking if I have a different mic. Well, what's up with the quality? What's up with mic's quality? How do I get the chess.com style of evaluation bar in Lichess? A lot of tweaking with the overlay. Audio sounds fine. Yeah, Daisy, are you sure that's not on your end? Because all I did. Oh, custom Chrome extension. Oh, I see. I saw. Yeah, you're sad for Ding. Yeah, it's understandable. Ding is a very likable person, you know, we all wish him well. But unfortunately in chess there's always somebody who loses. It's impossible to have everyone win. That's why some people may say that chess sucks, and in some sense it's true, because once again there is always going to be someone who suffers the pain of defeat, you know. And yeah, that's nature of every sport out there pretty much. There's always going to be a winning team, a losing team, people who win, people who lose. It's just another challenge that those who lose have to overcome, kind of, you know, coming back stronger, learning from their defeat and coming back stronger. Oh, you're saying the quality is better? Well, because, yeah, so I was told that apparently there was a white noise, and all it took me was just adding a noise suppression filter, and it all went away. So if you told me about it during the last stream, because all you said was like, oh, your mic sucks, you know, get a better one. If you told me exactly what was wrong, I would have fixed it. This is a professional microphone. This microphone costs like $200, you know? You prefer the fan noise? Nah. Who wants that? By the way, speaking of the stream coming to an end, I'm afraid that I'll have to leave you guys be on your own. Once again, with all the multiple technical difficulties that I've had today, I'm really sorry about this, and since tomorrow is the day off at the Olympiad, I'm gonna use this time to try and look into it and see if there's anything I can do about these momentary stream drops. But anyway, on that note, we got to see a lot of interesting games. If you guys want to head out to lichess.com/broadcast, you can also see the remainder of the games for yourselves, since there's still a lot of games ongoing, and as they are reaching the finale, a lot of action is about to unravel. So go there, enjoy the games, and since tomorrow is a break day, I am going to see you all on Wednesday. Thanks for tuning in. It was me, Ilya. Take care. Peace.